Excellent. Naughty. Surprise. But sex. 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 But sex.
Hello. I am terribly sick today, however. The call to glory was too great. It is not my birthday. Any and all super chats with references to my birthday in them will be immediately my options for retaliation are limited. Frowned upon with intense disdain. All right. Fear is the mind griller, confirmed. All right, we got our theory options quickly. We're going to want these up. My voice is not high on stamina today. Luigi Magion's bookshelf. What difficulties versus bureaucracy? Bad to lose channel making Brooks cry. And what should the last one be? Excuse me. How about... You know what? Bad theory reroll, okay? Actually, screw it. I'm giving you, let's see. Spinoza Practical Ethics, okay? That's what we're doing. There you are. Those are your theory options. Again, for those of you who are not familiar with how this works, this is how our system works, okay? At the bottom of the screen, there are two values. $100 to skip to theory, $100 to give you drama. When you put a super chat in, put the words theory or drama in your super chat. If you put theory, it goes towards theory. If you put drama, it goes towards drama. If we get to $100 in drama, we skip immediately to a drama segment. Sorry, $100 towards theory, it goes immediately to a theory segment. Strike that, reverse it. However, if you want the normal content to continue, put drama in. If we get to $100, the theory meter goes down by 50%. From wherever it is currently. Excuse me. Hopefully my voice will last the night. This is going to be rough. But I am dedicated to hurting myself for your amusement for some reason. Alright, I think I got it out. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Okay.
This year has given
Kyla. It has been 1 day since Kyla blamed the Union in Canada and lied to them for her not being able to get to the United States after staying there illegally because she didn't bother to know the immigration rules before going over, defecting to another country to podcast with a sex pest. She's since decided, as a quick recap, that she is going to move more into women topics, like presumably something to do with metacognition and hopefully how to avoid being victimized by an abusive millionaire like Stephen Bennell. What am I talking about? Of course she's not going to. She's licking his feet while primarily marketing her channel off of hers. She has a very strange mirror at the back of her studio now that specifically shows off her feet, which are bare. Very, very odd. I am very, very confused. Very perplexed and disturbed and horrified. Let's begin. This is what nobody tells us about internet fame. Lots of erudite is convinced that she's famous, apparently.
This year has given me a lot of time away from streaming, and therefore a lot of time to think about content creation and kind of my role, but also my thoughts within it. One of the things that I've noticed that I think is unhealthy in regards to how I engage with my own content. When I meet people in person and they ask about my content and they want to see some of it, or like if we go out and Nick's like, yeah, she's a YouTuber. And people
Oh yeah, no, she really got a foot mirror. You want to see this? Of course you don't, but I'm going to show you anyways. Because it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I mean, not that horrifying, just kind of disturbing. It's especially disturbing because, let's be real, it has nothing to do with their audience, okay? Nothing to do with their audience at all. That mirror at the back of the wall here, that mirror at the back of the wall here, that ain't for the audience. That's for Stevie Boy. Stevie Boy who likes little feeties.
Asked to see my channel, which happened a lot, for example, in Canada, I noticed that I feel embarrassed for people to look at my channel. Is it because I disagree with what I'm saying? I'm being way more bombastic than I should be, and I'm presenting myself in a way that I think is unbecoming of myself. And
I don't know, Kyla. Are you? Are you? Also, why are your feet so dirty? Take a shower, lady.
And the answer is actually no. I am okay with people seeing all the parts of me. How I am on stream, when I'm live streaming, is probably the most me you're gonna get. Because of that, there is a certain amount of embarrassment showing, for example, friends from before my social media career, because there's parts of me I think they don't know. However, this past year I've spent a lot of time figuring out more about me, and there's been this really kind of unexpected journey of
Disney also pays you not to wash them. I'd buy it.
self-appreciation, but more specifically, feeling cherished by the people around me. There was this quote I became obsessed with when I was like 16, which is about, it says, "The girl was like the moon. She always keeps a part of her hidden." And I think I was so obsessed with that quote because that was true of me. It really was. I always kept little parts of me hidden from everyone. For example, most of my friends growing up had no idea that I thought gaming and anime were cool and I enjoyed.
Ugh. Most people didn't realize that I wasn't just like those super popular girls. I liked video games and anime. Guys, you have a chance. Guys. Ugh. Ugh. God. These fucking people.
Enjoyed it, right? All of them are shocked. They're like, "You're doing cosplay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've always."
Wait, that's my face. I don't want my face there. Hang on. One moment. One moment. This is important, okay, guys? Sorry. I'm doing you a favor. Let's, There we go. That'll do. Okay. You just hang there, Vosh, okay? Protect our eyes.
Always wanted to do cosplay, and they're like, "Really?" Yeah, but they didn't know because I kept that part hidden of me from me, and it's not because they would judge me necessarily. They might not.
The seething hate for her is weird. I don't hate her. She's a creep. She's an actual predatory creep. And I don't like her. It's fun to make fun of her.
I just assumed for them. I was prideful enough to assume that the parts of me that I wasn't giving them were too bad, that my friends couldn't love them, which is sad. It's sad that I made that choice for my friends. And I'm hoping that through this process, it's hard. I feel like I'm drifting away from a lot of my old friends, but also some of them are being really intentional now as well.
Is she a predatory creep? Because she sells herself as being someone who has expertise in mental health and tries to sell services to people, being a middleman for websites whose entire existence is to make it so that normal people without any expertise can locate a therapist or a psychiatrist from the comfort of their own home in their internet browser. And she sells herself as being an expert so she can tell people, hey, for a $50 fee, I'll send you to somebody in your price bracket, which is now lowered because you've paid me. Predatory. Predatory.
To keep building up that relationship.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is the other camera pointed at? I will show you. It's not pointed at anything. It's just... Look. It literally just exists because Steven has a foot fetish. That's it. That's all this is. Here's what you need to understand, okay? This is why Epstein got away with it for so long. Stephen Bennell makes a lot of money. More money sometimes in a day, in a couple of hours, than I do in a year. Think about that. I think I've heard something to the tune of an Anything Else podcast episode takes in $90,000. That's like a 2 to 3 hour stream. That's nothing. That's like one day. That's one day in a month. $90,000. So here's what happens. People like Not So Erudite, who have no talents, no skills, no credentials, whose prospects are to work at some clinic somewhere as a functionary until they're middle-aged, and then maybe possibly buy a little cottage somewhere, if they're lucky. They are desperate like nothing else to get a little cut. And some of them do. And fundamentally, that's what you're looking at here. You're looking at someone who is, in Red Pill parlance, facing down the wall, because she ain't selling expertise, let me tell you. Trying to insert herself into a situation where she can get as much of somebody else's clout and money as possible while she still has time. And that's it. That's all of this. All of this, every little bit of it, it's actually the reason I can't hate Kyla, because here's the thing. Kyla, like most university students, has been done very dirty. She doesn't have a future. She went to university, and she went in knowing, hey, there's no job at the end of this. What do I do? And her entire existence has been trying to dishonestly eke out a living from a degree that was dishonestly sold to her as something that she needs to get. And she doesn't know very much. She's not very smart. But she gave thousands of dollars to a university, years of her life, and she's nothing to show for it. So if she has a way to spin that into a money-making opportunity, why the hell wouldn't she? What's the difference between putting your toes out for foot fetishists and booby streaming? Why is one empowering and the other debasing again? Neither, except Kyla's pretending to be a political streamer, when in fact she is a deeply dishonest grifter who is selling herself on something else. That's why. Nothing to do with the... I have no issue whatsoever with people who sell foot pictures if that's their thing. Problem is, it's not really your thing. The problem is, really what this is about, is being a thirst trap for DGG losers. Is what it is. And for people who are squeamish about pointing that stuff out, I want you to recognize that every single person who represented you on that angle has been outed as someone who abets pedophiles. So, hate to break it to you, we're not in that territory anymore. She's not selling feet pics. Oh, but she is. She's selling feet pics this very moment.
And so there's an element of me that's really excited for my
She's doing it for free? No, she's not. You get ad revenue. What are you talking about? Nothing's for free.
Social media friends to kind of meet all the other parts of me I kept from them, because I think they'll like me. And so streaming in one way has been incredible because it's given me access to...
Like, this whole shtick right now, deeply manipulative. But not manipulative to people who watch my channel. Deeply manipulative to the kind of person who's really, really down bad and really, really pathetic. Pathetic enough to go, I'll accept you, Kyla. I appreciate nerdy women. That's who it is. This is a deeply manipulative, deeply scummy individual. I don't hate her for it. She's following her own self-interest. Badly, but she's serving her own self-interest, and I can't demand of her to do otherwise. You can't. But, nonetheless, deeply, deeply disingenuous, deeply manipulative person. Nakedly manipulative. Every element of what she does. See, here's the thing people in my audience don't get, okay? The internet filters people very, very efficiently, and we don't see it. When you look at larger audiences, you notice it more. The kind of person who Kyla is appealing to is very dumb. Like, I'm not talking dumb as in like some of the weirdos we debate every now and then who have like crazy, wacky ideas or who are ill-informed about stuff. I'm talking like potato dumb, root vegetable dumb, like rock dumb. That's fair, but how do you know she's not being authentic? I'm going to answer your question with a question in return. Are you 8 years old? Like Jesus. Exhibit A. Legitimately, these people are really, really stupid. I want you to just ponder this for a second, okay? This is what this entire ecosystem, the economy of the whole thing, revolves around. There is a guy who played StarCraft. He was okay at it. Kicked off a couple teams, apparently, because he said some racist shit or whatever. Who cares? One day, some kid decides to DDoS his account, his internet, okay? So he can't use the internet for whatever, for stuff. Police didn't know what to do. He calls the dad. Dad can't figure out how to do anything. So he talks about how he plots to buy a gun, and he plans out the route he will take to get to the kid's house, shoot him and the dad so there's no witnesses, and go back home to his streaming career with the wife and child he will shortly abandon. Afterwards, he shares one woman's nudes, starts sharing burning crosses with people on Twitter, says to somebody, claims that women who get stealth, that is, when someone removes the condom without telling them, are clearly too stupid and immature to be in sexual relationships and should simply refrain. Woman objects to this, tells her he hopes she gets raped to death with a shovel. Starts promoting in a very insidious way a white nationalist called Lauren Southern, who he's secretly fucking in the background. Lies about his wife being crazy the entire time. Sicks his audience on her, threatens her with the dirt he can dig up if she decides to say anything untoward about him. This entire time, by the by, he has also been sexting a woman who has been upset because while he's been sexting this woman and engaging with her privately in the background, he's been telling people on his channel that actually she's crazy and delusional and none of this is taking place. That's all been determined to be real. He's been videotaping and sharing videos of people he has sex with, including colleagues, with random e-girls in order to use the clout and the spectacle in order to seduce them. Including private DMs with people he's had intimate relations with, so on and so forth. And after all this has come to light, Not So Erudite has decided to come out and say, look, the internet's a nasty place, guys, and I'm just a babe in the woods, and you know, I think I want to focus more on women issues and whatnot. All of this, by all of these people, every single one of these people, none of it's real, and you're stupid if you think it's real, which works for her, because these people are very stupid, like, not human levels of stupid. Like, I mean, these are people who have been conditioned by their consumption of content to have no metacognition whatsoever. Womanity, that's the word. Thank you, I lost it. No capacity for thought. Not because they're essentially dumb, but because they've been functionally zombified. They've been zombified because these are people for whom life is an empty, dreary, hopeless disaster, and they get to feel like they're a part of something while they're in the fast-scrolling chat, which occasionally gets responded to, and that's it. That's it. And what this is an attempt to scoop up some of those people, because there is a lot of money to be had, because some of those people have also thrown their lives away into careers that rob them of anything relating to any sort of personal growth or humanity or family connection or whatever, but it gives them a lot of disposable income. And so they throw cash at people who they can vicariously live through and imagine What if the dreck, the train wreck that is my existence, had some glamour about it, and they can pretend to be someone who's a part of the thing, and the amount of money that is generated by that is enormous. It is enormous, like unfathomable. We're talking like more than most of you make in a year, in months, days sometimes. That's what this is all about. Because let me tell you, if there was an easy path to getting that and you could perceive it, very few of you would say no. By the by, in case anybody thinks they're better than Not So Erudite, to be clear. One of the reasons, again, why I don't hate her. I wouldn't do what she's doing. I don't hate her, though. That being said, I think the appropriate response is to point out how gross it is. Because it really is. It's a thing that it is healthy to be disgusted by. That's my take on it.
I have this new group of friends and new social connections where all of me is already out there. There's no hiding it, even if I want to.
You're right, but all this also applies to you and almost all streamers. I'm fascinated to know how so. I don't see myself dipping into any large pools of cash. Do elaborate. You can call in if you want. There's a operating link in the description to the Discord. Please come in and go into the waiting room, please.
Because a lot of the people I connect to have watched my stream, or they know me through my Discord or something like that. And so they've already seen it. There's no hiding. You know, they know that I can be pretty harsh, and I'm very spicy. I like anime and gaming, and I'm pretty nice, you know, all these little pieces, which again, just to be clear, none of this is a big deal. I'm just stupid, okay? I'm just stupid, and then always assume people won't like parts of me, even though like hot anime girls is the most in thing ever right now. But whatever. Wrong generation, I guess. My generation did not love anime girls. Also, shout out to Ukrainian Anna for the new choker. I've recently realized that my favorite gifts now are chokers. I think it's the first time somebody's bought me like a really unique choker, and I love it. Doesn't look good. Okay, so realizing that I'm embarrassed to show my content to people, it's not because I don't like who I am on stream. I really do. And I've really grown to cherish all these different parts.
No, I really think it is because you don't like who you are on stream. But I think the reason why you don't like who you are on stream is because you recognize that there's nothing else off stream that isn't on stream. I think that's really where we're at here.
Me and choose them. I think they kind of happen to me. I think you really do get to choose who you are. The problem is that you don't really get to choose who you are until you at least understand how the environment has informed for you to be. And once you go, oh, this is true about me because the environment formed me in this way, I think at that point you can choose to let that part go or keep it. It's really up to you. And so I've had this year where basically I'm coming to understand all these elements of me and I'm cherishing them. And I never really was willing to let them go because I always liked them a little bit. I like that I'm an animal nerd and I'm obsessed with dogs and dinosaurs and animals of all shapes and colors. I just love animals. And I think that that's a really...
Let me tell you a secret, dear children. Women are not this childlike and stupid. And if one acts this childlike and stupid, and they're on a screen, they are doing a bit. They are doing a bit because they are making a calculation that the kind of person who is clicking on this stuff is very, very dumb. Dumb enough to be hopeful that they may get some kind of acknowledgement if you engage with them. Wake up, everybody.
I think that's a cool part about me. And I was really afraid to show that because I've got this like judgy Protestant white man sitting in the back of my head telling me that I have to be this little box, and I don't. And so in many ways, streaming has been this incredible experience of learning that I am cherished by people.
But you're not, though. You were sleeping in your car on your way to a company you were co-founding. You had zero assistance whatsoever in going through the legal process of immigrating. Because even the people who work directly with you, including your husband, have so little interest in any of the things that you do that are vital to your career and to your life and to your future, that nobody had bothered to actually help you figure out how to do any of this. No, Kyla, I'm sorry. You are uncherished and you are alone. Completely and utterly alone, and you will be discarded, and I feel bad for you.
And to trust people enough to let them love all the parts of me, even the parts of me I'm not sure they'll like. And at the end of the day,
even the parts of me I don't know. Will they still like me if they know that I like video games and anime? I'm not like the cool girls.
if I like those parts and they don't, that's just okay. That's just like a difference of opinion. I don't need everyone to love me. And so a large lesson of this year has been experiencing feeling cherished in a really deep way.
That requires you to use lighting to obscure the shape of your face, just to be clear. We're talking about this in a setting that is massively differently lit than the previous one, which I wouldn't particularly care about if the function of this video was not to portray yourself as being honest.
Cherish sounds like such a cringy word. I feel so embarrassed when I say it out loud. But really, I look at the way Nick looks at me and I go, like, one of the most common thoughts I've had this year is, Nick loves me so much. And it's true, Nick loves me.
You went on to the Whatever podcast with a bunch of chauvinistic men with audiences larger than you can fathom, and you told them that your husband was a stay-at-home lackabout that you had to come to terms with, would just never deliver as a man in a traditional relationship. You humiliated him in the largest way possible. You drew a picture of you sailing on a ship with insert of you and an insert of destiny on it, as this embarking on this new podcast project. No picture of your husband. He doesn't factor in. He's a pet that you keep around out of convenience and will discard him when somebody larger gives you an offer. You guys don't know what that is. You have no conception of loyalty. You have no conception of honesty. These are conditions of an actual loving relationship. Every single person in your life is there because they have some finite utility for you. And you should make peace with that really quickly for two reasons. The first is because you're going to find yourself very swiftly abandoned in the future, because these kinds of relationships do not have longevity. The second is, when they do, if you've gone around as Stephen has and you've paraded them as trophies and accomplishments, when they do, you will be publicly humiliated for it. Neither of these are places that you want to be.
So much. He loves every part of me so much. Even the flawed parts of me he loves. Doesn't always love to deal with it, but he...
Call in, please. This is exhausting. Who's calling in? Somebody calling in? Looks like somebody is. Heidi ho, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Sweet. Good. How are you?
All right.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, so let me ask you something. So your whole gimmick is the drama, like, reading club dichotomy, right? That's kind of one of your gimmicks as a streamer,
The
right?
drama reading club. That's a weird way to put it. I try to cover stuff where I can bring things that I'm knowledgeable about to bear on, but make it the base content popular enough that people actually will click on it.
Right. So you do the drama because it gets a lot of attention.
Reel them in with the drama, keep them with the theory. That's the logic, yeah.
And I guess you think it's kind of fun sometimes too, right?
Sometimes it's very tiring sometimes. Tonight's not fun. I feel like death.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can get tiring after a while. But, we all have kind of a basal animal in us that finds kind of pleasure in some of that stuff.
When, like, Spinoza and Marx, I wish, but I don't think so.
Well, no, I'm talking about the drama, but...
Oh, God, no. This is suffering, honestly. Yeah, I was told I ought to cover this today. I was reading Spinoza Practical Ethics, and I was enjoying it.
Well, okay, I'll take your word for it. I just feel like everything you're saying is true, but it describes everyone who tries streaming is a narcissist at some level.
You think so? Why?
Oh, for sure.
Why?
Well, because you like having attention on yourself.
No, I don't.
Well, then you wouldn't be doing this.
Well, I mean, there's other perks besides having attention on yourself. There is, for example, the fact that I make my own schedule. I get to do stuff that I want to do in the moment for my job. I don't have to wake up early for a shift and so on and so forth. There's a lot of reasons why I would do this besides narcissism. I didn't even want to have my face originally. The reason why I did is because it's a lot easier to gesticulate with your face, so I don't have to talk constantly when I'm communicating through the camera. Make sense?
I mean, that's all that stuff's probably true, but there's probably many reasons why you're doing this, right? I mean, it's convenient for one thing, as you're saying. You fell into it and it worked out for you.
No,
so
I did it
why
on purpose. I didn't fall into it, but yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, you put your mind to it, you did it. I mean, this is true of everyone, even Kyla. I mean, she got an opportunity from Destiny to some degree. She was at your level at one point.
Yeah.
And now she kind of got a bump from him. So she's riding that wave. And of course, you're saying you don't blame her for it. And I mean,
I wouldn't even say I regard her as a narcissist. I don't know where that's coming from in particular. I know some narcissists on here. You can kind of tell they're pretty obvious about it. But I don't think Kyla's a narcissist. I think Kyla's a fraud. I don't think she's a narcissist.
I think she's someone that wants approval from people, which she's kind of already saying.
People who aren't narcissists want approval from people. Everybody wants approval from people. That's not a narcissistic thing.
That's possibly true. But again, there's other things you can do. Even someone like her, she has other avenues besides this.
With this level of personal freedom and for this level of money, not easily, no.
Possibly.
Like what? Give an example.
I mean, there's many businesses, for example, that hire people with psychology degrees for investment banking, for example. If she was if she wanted to do that, and if she was really committed to doing it, she might be able to.
Maybe. I'm not going to say she wouldn't be able to.
I mean, this whole situation, like you're saying.
I just to be honest, it's just not very compelling. If you're going to accuse somebody of being why am I defending Kyla now? If you're going to accuse Kyla of being a narcissist, to say, well, if she wasn't a narcissist, she could have gone into investment banking. Sure, maybe. Well,
it's a matter.
I don't know the first thing about that. Maybe she doesn't either. Maybe the idea intimidates her. Who knows?
It's a matter of degrees. I mean, I don't think narcissism is necessarily you're either a full-on narcissist or you're not at all. I think everyone has varying levels of narcissism.
What's the point you're aiming at?
I don't think this is unique to anybody. I don't think that anyone who does streaming and other performative activities for money is immune to this. Again, like you could not do any drama at all and get significantly less viewers, but you do it because either A, it's a good way to get viewers and you make more money and you can live the lifestyle you want to live. But at some level, you're compromising your integrity to some degree. It might be a small degree that you're okay with, but well, because you're covering what you feel is useless and mind-numbing stuff.
I'd be doing the same thing if I worked a day job at a store or at a restaurant or something. Like I wouldn't particularly care for the work. It wouldn't enrich me in any way, but I would still be making money. It'd still be conditional on living, period, not just the lifestyle I want. And this job actually frees me to do the stuff that I care about more than almost any other job could. So why on earth? I just don't see the contradiction.
Well, I mean, that's true, but that's everybody that does streaming. I mean, it's a convenient job.
No, it's not. There are people who do. I'll give JStock as an example. JStock streams way more than I do, and he just covers just like the shittiest bottom of the barrel Destiny drama possible, and he makes bank doing it. But he has no life. He does this almost every single day for sometimes 8 to 10 hours, sometimes longer.
You don't think he enjoys it?
No, I think it's about money. It's a grind.
I think he enjoys it. I think he thinks it's fun.
I mean, it's probably more fun than alternatives, to be sure. He probably has never seen money like that before, and there's a high. But I don't think that's like his first choice of what he'd like to do with his time.
Might not be his first choice, but it's probably high up on the list. I think if he can make the
I
same
mean,
amount of
it's
money,
probably
working at
probably higher
McDonald's-
up on the list than working on an oil rig or something. By the way, I don't think you understand how much money these people are making if you think that there's a lot of easy jobs you could get that would make that kind of money. But
Well, easy subjective, right? I mean, it depends on someone's skill set and what their opportunities were. Like as you're saying, if someone gets a kind of useless degree from a university,
well, he's like an
that
IT
doesn't really
guy.
enable
He's like an
much.
IT guy. He's streaming full time because he makes a lot of money doing it.
I mean, some people can make a lot of money doing IT stuff, back-end programming and whatnot.
Yeah, sure. But what's nice is being able to not have to leave your house, having your own schedule, and so on and so forth. He doesn't even have to expose his face. He's kind of won the lottery.
Oh, for sure. But again, that's an opportunity that he's taking. And
But
of
that doesn't
course,
make him a narcissist. Like that's a silly connection to make.
I think to some degree it would. I mean, you probably have a lot of viewers here that
Do you think
would never
every
want
single
to-
person who appears on television is a narcissist?
to a certain degree, yeah.
There are people who appear on television who have stage fright and feel sick doing it.
I don't think those people are very successful, or do they
Some of
really
them
pursue
are.
it
In
to
fact,
a
we know
degree?
about this because those very successful people sometimes are interviewed and they talk about it.
I mean, maybe to some degree, but I just think that you're kind of
What do you
creating
think?
a
What do you think
dichotomy.
narcissism is? What do you mean when you say narcissism?
I think narcissism is the amount of self-obsession that is above the norm.
It's not what narcissism is.
So how would you define narcissism?
I would probably look at a book of clinical psychiatry, and I would find a definition there before looking stupid. Narcissism
that's
is a
narcissistic
self-centered personality
personality.
style characterized as having excessive preoccupation with oneself and one's own needs, often at the expense of others.
Right. So there's clinical narcissism and then there's colloquial narcissism, which are different, right? Narcissistic
Okay, but the
personality
colloquial
disorder-
narcissism doesn't mean anything then.
Well, it means something. It's
Well, you haven't
it
even
is
identified a cause, right? Like for
think
example,
just
like
some people have some personality
maybe
traits.
someone has like a hyperfixation on themselves and their appearance and so on and so forth because, well, those things happen to be under attack, say, or those things happen to be the subject matter of content in this case, which frequently happens. Like for instance, if Destiny spends a large amount of time debating about or talking about like the leaks that recently came out, I wouldn't on that basis say he's a narcissist. These are things that directly concern him, even if they are about himself. Right? Like that's not narcissistic. Yeah.
right.
It's just
But-
that his persona has become like a major object in some kind of public discourse.
Sure, but you would also probably say he's a narcissist for other reasons, right?
Possibly. I think he's a sociopath. I don't know if I'd say he's a narcissist.
I don't think he's a sociopath. I do think he's a narcissist, but
Okay.
I mean, it seems like a strange kind of, you're doing the same thing. Obviously, you're going to say it's fundamentally different. I would say it's not fundamentally different than what Kyla does. You may think she's stupid and saying stupid things, but everyone who does streaming,
Well, I mean, there's some key distinctions between what I do and what Kyla does. I, for example, don't inflate my credentials in order to sell services to people who are mentally vulnerable. That's one. I don't carry water for people who have abused other people publicly. That's another.
that
I-
you know of.
What do
I
you
mean,
mean
you
that
did
I
in
know
the
of?
past unknowingly. Well, I mean, Vosh was, and
I didn't.
you kind of-
I didn't defend any act that he did or carry water for him when I was aware of it.
well, you promoted him before you were aware of it, right?
Promote him. I didn't promote him. What are you talking about?
Before you were aware of, some of the extent of what he was doing, you would promote him.
How?
I understand that as soon as you were aware-
How did I promote him? What are you talking about?
Well, you would react to his videos sometimes. You would tell your viewers to watch them.
I react to his videos, therefore I promote him. Was I praising his videos when I reacted to them, or did I criticize them?
I mean, I would say before the horse gate, you probably
I
were more
criticized them
positive. Than,
almost unanimously. If I wasn't criticizing him, I didn't cover Vosh.
I mean, I can't really prove or disprove that.
I
but
can, though. So, for example, I defended him against a Doomer Media hit piece because I thought it was very poorly argued, disingenuous, and misrepresented not just Vosh, but a whole lot of other people. And then when Vosh, in turn, misrepresented someone like Professor Flowers, I turned on him then, stopped my critique of the other video, and I critiqued him. At no point in any of this was I promoting Vosh. So that's just wrong, unfortunately. I think there's one case where I've praised Vosh in a video, and that's because he did a really good performance on Tim Pool, and I thought it represented a nice elevation from the trash heap conduct that was typical of debates online at the time.
I mean, some people could say it's promotion. I wouldn't agree with that, by the way. I would say that you just covered him and you were sometimes critical.
Well, I think if you were to say that me approving of something he did in one video only amidst a pile of other videos specifically criticizing him as me promoting Vosh, I think that'd be a very weak claim.
Do you think Kyla thinks Destiny's a bad person?
I don't think Kyla cares if Destiny's a bad person.
I think she would.
I don't think she would.
That. Well,
I don't think she cares at all. Kyla works with bad people all the time, and she tries to be their friend. Kyla's not about going after bad people. Kyla's about getting rich and not having to work. Like most people.
I think Kyla's about, well, most people are about, making a living their lives, enabling that financially, however they are able to, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Again, this is an opportunity.
You want to live in a shack in the woods? Like, no, you want to live a certain level of luxury.
Right, but there's certain principles everyone has. There's certain things you're willing to do.
What principles does Kyla have?
Unwilling to do.
What's Kyla demonstrated she's unwilling to do?
I doubt she would, for example, kill someone for money.
How much money are we talking? Does she get away with it?
Let's say $1 million, and she could get away with it. Do you think that she would kill a child in cold blood for that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have not seen any indication that she'd do that. I see no indication that, for example, she'd do something that she believed was an outward scam. Now, she might do stuff that was effectively a scam to make money, but I don't think she would believe it to be a scam.
Oh, I think she'd believe it to be a scam.
I don't think she believed whatever she was doing to be a scam. I
think she did, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because I negotiated with Dan for her to take that off of her Twitch page.
I mean, that could have just been her feeling like she was under heat and trying to get rid of it.
Sure, maybe.
And you definitely made her feel like she was under heat. I mean, Kyla's a very agreeable person. I think it's part of her upbringing. She wants people to like her. She doesn't want to create problems for herself. She doesn't
Why
want
do
to
you think so? Because she
her.
says that on stream? Who are you? How do you know these people? You ever met these people in a room?
Well, have you?
No.
So, I mean, you make these same judgments about them.
Yeah, but the difference is I talk to her directly and I pay attention.
I mean, I'm paying attention too, right? I mean,
I really don't think you are. Because when you are pressed for examples on anything, you have none. I have memory, though, of examples that I can bring to bear.
Okay, what are your examples of why you think that she's possibly willing to do things she believes to be immoral for money?
Because I haven't seen a single immoral thing when she's been presented with a dilemma that she has refused on a moral ground. For example, she's lied about her credentials. She's manipulated audience members into attempting to sell them a service for very petty amounts of cash. She is currently actively working with someone who has been caught out lying and abusing multiple women. So on and so forth. He's just a deeply, deeply disingenuous, a consistently dishonest, and callous person. So when you say, would she kill a child for $1 million? My answer to that question is, I don't know. I would hope not.
I mean, again, I think you're putting, for example, I could say that you're misrepresenting your credentials.
How so?
Well, you often say I'm a political scientist, at least you used to. I don't know if you've done that recently.
Give me an example of when I have said so.
You've often said that, I mean, I can't bring a specific video. I know.
See, that's the problem when you say you're paying attention. So now you're being disingenuous.
So you've never identified yourself
as a political
scientist.
No, I absolutely haven't. I am a political scientist, which is not a credential, by the way. That's a description of an activity that I engage in.
Well, many people would say it is. I mean,
those people are dumb.
So if I was interested in science,
yes,
as an amateur,
yeah,
but I call myself a scientist.
You do science?
Well, I do, but I mean, this hypothetical person that
if you do science, then you're a scientist. That's kind of the definition.
So are these flat earthers that do
Science. I'm gonna
experiments?
blow your mind. Episteme politikon. You know what that means?
No.
It's political science. Okay, that exists before universities exist. That exists before your country exists. It pre-exists it by a couple thousand years, actually.
I wouldn't say science existed for thousands of years.
Why not?
200. Well, the scientific process is a very specific process.
Really, what is it? What's the scientific process? Explain.
So science involves falsifiability and replicability.
No, you're talking about a specific theory of science that's very recent. That is not the definition of science.
I mean, it's been codified recently.
But
by
it has,
Popper,
but it wasn't codified by Popper. It was actually invented by Popper. That is not a definition that is ubiquitous throughout history. You're wrong.
So you don't think science needs to be falsifiable?
Intrinsically, no. Science doesn't need to be falsifiable. Falsifiability is a condition of a good experiment, to be sure, but it's not the condition of science.
So do you believe that flat earthers who do what they call experiments are scientists?
In a limited sense, yeah, they're bad scientists. But insofar as they are actively engaging in a methodical study of nature in order to understand it, then sure. I don't think they're doing so for the actual purpose of knowledge, but to satisfy a pre-existing conceit. So I wouldn't call them scientists for that reason. But if they were doing so earnestly, yeah, they'd be engaging in science.
I mean, most
did you even know? Like, have you ever read Popper? Like, he's responding to people. He's not like there's a reason he had to write this. This wasn't like established.
Well, it wasn't codified. These were ideas.
What do you think? What do you think that means? It wasn't codified. Do you mean that was like public policy on the part of Big Science Inc. And he's just the first person who thought to put it down in writing, but it was always the case? No, clearly it wasn't.
Well, before him, a lot of those ideas were very kind of behind certain things. Only PhDs would often talk about this stuff. This stuff was very unorganized, and he put an organizational framework to a lot of these ideas.
What do you mean he put an organizational framework? This came in a book, my dude.
So if I were to publish... Okay, so I have published a paper, by the way,
Did
scientifically.
You?
Yes.
Cool.
And
what was
falsifiability is super important. It was about chicken nutrition.
How are the chickens faring?
Those chickens didn't do so well, unfortunately.
Damn.
Got to crack a few eggs, for science.
Okay. What about studying chickens makes you think you have a firm grasp on the history of philosophy of science?
Because about half of my graduate education was meticulously hammering into my head exactly how to conduct science.
Okay, so you were indoctrinated in Popperian concepts. How on earth does that make you think that you are justified in saying that you have a firm grasp on the history of philosophy of science?
I'm not super concerned about the history of philosophy.
But you really are, because you're concerned about it here in this conversation. That's what you brought up. That's why we're talking about
what is science right now in 2024 and what isn't science.
Do you think Popper and modern university institutions have some kind of metaphysical monopoly on defining that? And if so, why?
It sounds like a very anti-institutionalist argument. I would say
it's not an anti-institutionalist argument. You're fetishizing institutions as the sole locus of any sort of
I don't think determining they have to
judgments about what these things are. I'm not making a case one way or the other.
I think amateurs can perform science.
Well, then there you go. I win the conversation. I win the argument. That's it.
They need to follow a certain methodology to perform science.
But I would agree with that, certainly, because otherwise there's no system of knowledge in place. But which methodology that is and whether or not the conclusions have to be falsifiable is a different question.
Well, if the conclusion's not falsifiable, then it has no value.
Well, it has no value socially insofar as you're trying to promote the results of an experiment as replicable and useful for future testing, say. But that doesn't mean that for example, the answer is wrong, or, for example, couldn't be used speculatively in other theories, pending some kind of test that would be able to falsify the truth value of some claim or proposal or whatever.
Right, but normally that test needs to be laid out, even if it doesn't exist yet. There needs to be some null condition, right?
If that was the case, then science could never have gotten off it on its feet. Like, it never would have started. If it was a condition that a falsifiable method had to be used in order for science to be done, then science could never have started.
Again, I'm not concerned with pre-scientific ideas that led to science. There were such ideas.
But that's not pre-scientific. That's not pre-scientific.
You don't think that Aristotle was pre-scientific?
No, not at all.
You think he was a scientist?
I think yes. think he absolutely was. For example, one of the major things he did was taxonomy. He broke down the animals into different groups based upon their habitat, their anatomy, and so on and so forth. That's a critical part of science. That's just one example.
Well, okay, but he was quite wrong by modern standards.
Yeah,
by
but a lot of scientists are quite wrong by contemporary standards because other
Right, but all of
scientists
them have-
elaborate on it and realize that there were mistakes made prior.
They lay out how their ideas could be challenged in the future. If I've discovered X, but if Y comes to pass, then this is not true. This is how most science operates.
Yeah, but that sentence is implicit in every positive statement. Obviously. If I say this, therefore that, I don't need to say, but if not this, then not therefore that. That's already implied in the previous sentence.
I don't think it's implied at all. There's plenty of people that don't operate.
It
on those
definitionally
frameworks
is
that
implied. Obviously, if you require to say a positive thing in order to justify a following sentence, then the negative of it is its opposite. Obviously, that would disqualify the conclusion.
If a claim's unfalsifiable, then nothing will ever come into the future that will contradict the claim. And so there's no way to contradict.
Well, definitionally, if it is in fact metaphysically unfalsifiable. But once again, like, that is an approach to treating certain types of experiments as practically useful for the sake of a particular kind of natural science. That does not mean that any unfalsifiable statement, therefore, is not arrived at either scientifically or even is untrue.
I mean, someone can make a true statement and not have arrived at it scientifically, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So someone could be
But someone
following
can
their
also
hunch.
make an unfalsifiable statement, and have arrived there through a methodological approach to some subject.
Well, it could be methodological, but that doesn't make it scientific.
But it does, though, because it means that there is a system by which you arrive at the conclusion that isn't itself replicable. And whether or not the outcome is replicable is a different question. But the point is there is a attention paid to the way in which this conclusion relates to your engagement with the world, such that you at the very least have knowledge of the conclusion of this instance of the process. Right?
If the methodology is itself replicable, the methodology has no room.
Methodologies are by definition replicable. They're methodologies.
I mean, many people can interpret a methodology differently if it's not.
No, you're talking about
laid
interpreting
out.
you're talking about interpreting the text representing a methodology. But a methodology, insofar as it is actually replicated, is replicable by definition. If you either have a description of the method that you use, in which case you have the methodology, you can apply it, or you don't. That's the entire purpose to a methodology, is the methodology is replicable.
But there's no platonic ideal of a methodology. All methodologies are socially constructed. Someone has to write it
No,
down.
slow down. Methodologies aren't socially constructed. The language in which methodologies are expressed is socially constructed. Methodologies, however, are clear articulations of a concrete thing that was carried out. So its meaning, like the signs that you use to express a methodology, are socially constructed. Their meaning is socially constructed. Obviously, there's a social structure that goes into the comprising of the scientist, the object, the language in which a methodology is couched, and the whatever, like all the stuff that human beings engage in with collectively. But that doesn't mean that the methodology... I'm not even sure what you're actually saying, to be honest. That doesn't make any sense.
And what I'm saying is, in a lot of like philosophy, political science, often there's a point where the argument is, I've read this, I've observed this, so logically, this.
Well,
But
no, they would just
it's
be
logical
making
to that person.
making an inference, not logically necessarily this. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a deduction. You can make non-deductive inferences as well.
Sure, but the idea of adding falsifiability and replicability is
The idea of adding falsifiability is because if you're dealing specifically with physical sciences in which you are trying to say, hey, if this happens to this thing, this happens, then if that's not replicable, if you can't, for example, do the experiment elsewhere and see, oh, this doesn't actually apply here, if there's no experiment you can use to confirm it, then it's useless for purposes of engagement with matter, say. Right?
right, but it's also useless to other people.
But not necessarily, because, for example, a lot of claims in philosophy aren't falsifiable, quote unquote, except through logic.
Sure, but do you think the value of philosophy is in some sort of concrete thing, or is it just a subjective interpretation of the philosophy?
Both. The subjective interpretation of the philosophy is by concrete things.
So you think that all science is also ultimately subjective?
Yes, of course it is.
Or at least...
It's the science
I guess...
of our species, for one.
So if our species ceased to exist, then these concepts would cease to exist?
Definitionally, yeah.
And these phenomena would cease to exist?
Well, that's a different question. Now you're getting into do our concepts or do our perceptions track real things in the world that exist in some commensurate form independent of our observation and conceptualization? I don't know.
Right. So obviously our perceptions pollute the physical reality because we have to filter everything through our perceptions, right? And of course there's always a chance for error when we do that.
They don't pollute the physical reality. Our modes of perceptions are our only access to reality. In fact, they're not even really an access to reality. They're our way of navigating the world, and we need to break them apart in order to figure out what parts of those things are the consequence of the particular ways in which human beings behave and act and the conditions of thought and sensation and so on and so forth, and which of them seem to stand independently of them.
Well, your argument would be there is no independence.
Yes.
And so then at what point are we just interacting with ghosts? I can say this is logical, I can say this is true because I feel it's that way, and no one can argue against me?
That is an excellent question.
So to get back on topic, you're saying that you believe Kyla is doing these things maliciously or for greed.
Yes.
Because if you were in her shoes, that's why you would be doing those things.
If I was in her shoes, and I had an undergraduate degree in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, I would not be going on to a Twitch stream and telling people who don't know any better, hey, there's this website, it's sort of like BetterHelp, that links you up with a psychiatrist. I'm an expert and I can tell you whether or not you should go with this person or this person. And I'll take $50 for it. I wouldn't do that.
And you believe that because you wouldn't do that because it's morally reprehensible to you, which, by the way, I personally agree with you. I don't think that's a good thing.
I don't think it's morally, it's not a matter of morally reprehensible. It has to do with it being exploitative of people who don't know better. You're using people's ignorance of your actual education or the nature of these terms in order to make them think that you're actually giving them a service that they are not actually getting from you. Namely, you don't actually have the expertise to pick between these people, but they think that you do because of what you've said incorrectly about your credentials and your capacities and so on and so forth.
I think that you have such this belief that your moral views are objective. And so anyone engaging in things that you would find immoral or just not good has to be doing so knowing that.
I mean, it's very difficult to incorrectly state your credentials without doing it on purpose. You work for a long time getting them, and they're on a piece of paper. I mean, so, for example, I have a bachelor's of political science with a minor in religious studies. I actually never even printed off the document because I didn't go to convocation because that would cost money that I couldn't afford at the time. But I know what my degree is. Kyla has a credential framed. She knows what her degrees are. Why is she lying about them? Why is she saying, for example, that she has a specialization that she doesn't have? Why is she saying that she has a master's that she doesn't have? Why was she saying that? Why did it take so much effort to get her to concede that, and so on and so forth?
She didn't say she had a master's. She said she had a postgraduate diploma.
No, she said she has a master's.
I've never heard her say that.
That's because you're new to this. A little while ago, she was saying she has a master's. She was saying she is a psychometrician.
I believe she said she was a master's student.
She later corrected and said that she later corrected and said that that is the same thing as having a master's. There's a lot of history here you've missed.
Okay. Well, if she said that, then that's not correct. But I mean, again, I would argue that many people with PhDs in political science would argue that you calling yourself a political scientist because you have a bachelor's degree in political science and an interest.
I don't say I'm a political scientist because I have a bachelor's degree in political science. I call myself a political scientist because I engage in regime analysis, and I specifically engage with political science material, and I do political science. The condition of being called a political science is, for example, on your resume, if you were applying for a teaching job, because that's actually a registered career in Canada, would be different than the conditions I abide by calling myself one here. I also, by the way, don't use that as a credential. I use it as a description of my interests. As a credential, I think it actually kind of works against me. I don't think political science is a particularly prestigious field, and I don't think it's particularly robust philosophically. And I've spent most of my time actually criticizing bad tendencies within certain strains of political science that are essentialist and fetishistic and so on and so forth.
Sure. But anyone can do that. And anyone
Sure.
can also do YouTube videos about psychology.
I agree.
And anyone can also recommend psychologists to people
I agree.
and charge money for it. And so
Wholeheartedly
there's
agree.
not really.
But here's the
So-
difference. There's a difference between me going, hey, I'm not an expert, but I would pick that one if I were you, versus, hey, I am an expert, and I would pick, well, I'm not going to tell you. You give me $50, I'll let you know. That's the difference.
I see no evidence that what she was doing was, in her mind, immoral or uncalled for. She does, in theory.
I don't care.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just saying that you seem to think that your beliefs, which are fine to have about someone else's motivations, are objectively correct.
No, my beliefs about her motivations are objectively correct because she misrepresented her credentials and then, after tremendous amounts of pressure, told another false story about her credentials to try and salvage the first one, and then finally acknowledged that she doesn't have X, Y, and Z, but also still tried to portray everybody who was criticizing her as lying.
Well,
What you are proposing is that she is so stupid, she should not be able to turn on her computer and stream, because that would require too much cognitive function that she doesn't have.
I mean, I think stupid people should be allowed to air their beliefs out. That's how the internet works.
I
And many
agree.
stupid people do. And many-
Why don't you elaborate to me how that responds to what I just said?
Because, well, for one, from what I've heard, it was not objectively true that she was misrepresenting her.
It is
Degree.
objectively true that she was
could be
misrepresenting her
argued.
degree.
So what I read was her program had changed at some point.
What?
So, for example, my degree I got it through a college at my university.
Okay, I'm gonna explain life to you. Okay, your degree is what you apply for and what you get. Your program changing takes place before you get your degree. Your program is pursuant to getting a degree. All the stuff you do before your degree has no meaning insofar as you are claiming to have a degree that you have not received. That's how that works. The degree is a certificate. It's a piece of paper. It's a literal document. You either have it or you don't.
So if my degree has a certain college on it that no longer exists, and I tell people that I received my degree from that college,
Yeah.
but it doesn't exist.
Does the degree exist? Do you have the degree?
If I were to get another piece of paper of the degree, if I were to ask my college for another, it would have the new college on it.
Yeah.
But my current one in my possession has the old.
Then you would
college
have
on
the degree with a new college on it.
it. So which college do I say I got it from?
Doesn't matter. You'd have the degree. I don't care
Yeah,
which
the college is very important in certain fields. So-
sure it is. So best hope that it has not lost its prestige because of the name change, but that's about it.
So
Now,
her
if it was
program
in fact historically the case that you received it before the name change, and you were to tell people, yeah, I lost my old copy of the degree. My current one has this name, and the college went downhill after I switched to this, but actually I got it back then. It was named when it was named this thing, and it was a lot better back then. If that's a true statement, then that's fair. But none of this has any relevance to what Kyle has done. What are you talking about?
Again, from my understanding, her program changed at some point.
Yeah, but
And
your
that program no
understanding is
longer
wrong.
exists.
I have no idea what you're referring to. What do you mean her program changed? No, her program ended. The university she got her graduate diploma in psychological assessment from closed down the program, but she got that before they closed down the program. So none of this is relevant. We already know she has that credential. That's not a mystery. That's not up in the air. What are you talking about? It just wasn't a master's degree. She tried to claim her education was equivalent to a master's degree. It was not. It exists specifically because it's not. It's meant to get people into the workforce faster, with a more limited, less rounded out set of skills and knowledge. That's what diploma programs are generally for.
I'm not going to defend her saying it was the equivalent of a master's degree because that was not true. But
then the argument's over, because if she said something that's not true about her degrees, then I'm correct.
Well, that's subjective if you compare it to American
objective.
degrees.
That's the entire point of degrees. They are meant as
Canada
an objective
has
proof. They are meant as an objective proof of your qualifications. She lied about them. It's that simple.
Bachelor's degrees are different in different countries. Master's degrees are different in different countries.
I agree.
For example, her bachelor's degree, your bachelor's degree was 3 years. In the United States, it would be 4 years.
So?
And she did a 4th year, essentially, which in Canada is called a postgraduate diploma.
But it's not called a master's degree, or it can be called a master's degree, depending on the conditions of fulfilling the degree.
Right, so many conditions that also can count to the first year of a normally 2-year master's study. In fact, you could do 3 years of a PhD and get a postgraduate diploma, master's degree, and PhD in 3 years. While if you did those 3 things separately, it would take a total of 6 years.
That's really cool. I could also spend 3 years with a bike club somewhere, and I can get a certificate at the end saying, "Hey, I've been biking for 3 years," and that would not therefore make me able to say, "Hey, I've basically got the equivalent of 3 years of college competitive cycling or something," even if I was really good. It's not what that means.
Okay. So if someone is a PhD, they do 1 to 2 years of their PhD and scrub out before the 3rd year.
Okay.
That person was a PhD student. They were, at the time they were doing it.
Then they should be identifying themselves as a former PhD student.
And in many cases, that oftentimes is considered the equivalent of a master's degree if you did 2 years in a scrubbed out PhD program.
No, you have to apply. You'd have to apply for a master's, and they would accept or decline you based upon what requirements you've met. Because one of the reasons why they would accept someone who's scrubbed out of a PhD program is because, well, you may have ended your PhD program, but in the course of this, you actually did fulfill the requirements of a master's degree. Somebody else who scrubbed out of 2 years of a PhD program might have not.
So if her supervisor told her, "You're doing this postgraduate diploma, but it's really a master, or you're doing a master's degree course. You've done it for a year. Well, actually, that entitles you to a postgraduate
Well, actually,
diploma."
I'm very glad you put it that way, because I directly emailed her supervisor and asked, "Given these qualifications, am I entitled to represent myself publicly or in for example, a work resume as X or Y?" And she said no. X or Y being things that she stated that she is on that basis of her credentials.
So she couldn't put on her resume former master's candidate if she was a master's candidate?
No, because she was never a master's candidate. We also don't really talk about master's candidates. I've never heard that before. That's strange. We hear about PhD candidates. I've never heard a master's candidate.
You could say that it is strange, and most people don't. But you could also put
but I feel like
PhD
PhD candidate is generally like, it's sort of a formal. It's a formal status by itself, usually within universities. We don't typically talk about a master's candidate. Like, I wouldn't call myself a bachelor's candidate while I was in my undergrad.
Right, but you could. It's just awkward and weird, and no one. You could also put BA behind your name if you have a BA whenever you sign a document, but that's extremely pretentious.
I know. Whoever those poor people in science, it did them dirty.
But there's also no such thing as technically a master's candidate because there's no dissertation and there's no defense of a master's.
Yes, thesis. there's no candidacy. But right. I mean, like, you do need to fill out the requirements. That is intention. Like, you could fail out. Like, that's the thing.
Yes.
So,
right.
And
yes.
Yeah.
So again, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of ambiguity with a lot of this stuff. The way these programs work, the way people are told things by their supervisors.
Yeah.
The supervisors are also in a certain belief, and then because they're not the ones that
hers clearly aren't, which is all that matters.
Again, you obviously did more research into this than me.
Yep.
But I do know a bit about this. I did watch your video, for example.
Yeah.
Or one of your videos. I think you might have done more than one. The point is, what I'm saying is, she could be misrepresenting herself in actuality, but that doesn't mean she's intentionally doing it. And she could be scamming her fans in actuality. That doesn't mean she's intentionally doing it.
If she has to intentionally spin a story about how her false statements are actually true against the evidence of her actual credentials and against the statements of her actual supervisors who are in authoritative position to know, then she's doing it intentionally.
So you don't think that you?
I mean,
making a
really, I'm
joint
going to put the
was
question
better?
back to you. We don't really have proof that she actually has like consciousness or self-awareness, right? She could just be a pea zombie. We'd never know. It's possible.
Sure, but I have no proof that you're a real person either, right? You could just be a
Well, you
construction
do,
of the
because
Matrix.
I'm in fact the only real person, and if I go, you all go, so be careful.
I'll try to tread carefully then. I'm just saying, like, again, you don't have to respect her. That's evident that you don't. But that's not malice. It could be stupidity. It could be her being emotionally compromised.
Well, it doesn't have to be malicious. It can simply be self-interested. It doesn't mean it's not dishonest. It doesn't mean it's not predatory or manipulative.
But I mean, I could call you dishonest, and I would
Yeah,
have an
but you'd be
argument.
wrong.
Well, you think I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I'm right.
I mean, I could say that you doing drama content is selling out and dishonest. I could
Yeah,
say
but that's
that
really
you.
dumb, because selling out from what? I've been explicit about doing drama content for a significant length of time. We just
I mean,
Mark
saying
Reed and crew, welcome. Sorry, go on.
like saying this is brain rot and I hate doing this every time you do it doesn't stop you from doing it. It's kind of part of a bit.
Yeah, but
at this point.
that doesn't mean I'm selling out. That means you don't like the content. That's your business. It's also not my problem.
Sure.
Okay.
And I mean, you can call yourself a political scientist because you think that it's not a regulated term on YouTube, which it's not, but it is a regulated term in other contexts. And as
But
long
it's a
as you're not
regulated
using
term
it,
if you're applying for a job. The term political science pre-exists any regulation, to be sure.
sure, but I mean, there's this level of dishonesty there where if I called myself a doctor, for example,
Yeah.
right, and I have a
Well, because a doctor is a
PhD.
formal qualification. So if you have a doctorate, or if you try to misrepresent a doctor of philosophy with respect to like some non-medical field as if you had medical expertise, or if you were a chiropractor, say, and were trying to sell dietary information, that would be dishonest. But simply saying you're a doctor because that's what that's called is not being dishonest.
Well, actually, that's a good example because I mean, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in the United States, chiropractors do call themselves doctors.
I
And
know.
Are legally
I
allowed
know
to
it's a good
do that.
example. That's why I brought it up.
And so you think that's dishonest. I agree with you. I don't
Well, I
think
think it's dishonest because they're leveraging the public's ignorance about the extent of things that can encompass in order to sell information outside of their expertise. More specifically, they're trying to sell themselves as having expertise outside of their actual expertise.
Well, they're also not manipulating the public's knowledge. They're also manipulating the government's knowledge and regulatory situation, at least in the
But
United
potato,
States.
potato. Sure, yeah, I agree.
Right, but they're not lying because according to the government, they are.
But they are lying though.
Yeah, in reality, in my opinion, in your opinion,
So they're
as
only
someone
lying
who-
in reality, and that's the only. I'm only right in
Well,
reality. You know what? I'm going to fall on that sword. I'm okay with it.
well, I mean, you just said everything's subjective earlier.
Everything is subjective.
So them calling themselves a doctor is a subjective opinion of theirs.
You seem to be under the
And
opinion
yes,
that subjective means unreal. Subjective doesn't mean unreal. Subjective means its foundation is based upon perspective. Objective does not mean it's real. Objective means that it is common between multiple subjects. So, for example, we treat various things in the world as if they are very, very real, and they have persistence even when we look away from them. But, for example, certain of these things, like money, for instance, an alien species looking at us from a distance would not be able to register its existence because it's not ontologically a thing. It's a social construct. But it is still real, and it is still objective. And that whole system is also subjective to our species, to a particular culture, to particular people playing a particular social game, and so on and so forth.
I mean, money's not objective. It is real.
And money
the
is
whole point
real,
of money is
objective,
it's
and a social construct.
The whole point of money is that it's based off subjective value. It's a representation of subjective value of labor.
That's not the
Right.
whole point. That's not the whole point of money. That's an implication of capital. Well done. I too have been reading the new Marx translation, but that's wrong.
So you think that money is objective because everyone uses it?
Money's objective
recognizes
because the money form has persistence between subjects.
Well, that's not always true. Historically, that's not always true.
Insofar as it's money, it is historically always true, because if it wasn't true, it wouldn't be money.
Well, it could be money in one jurisdiction, for example, and as you move out of it, it's no longer accepted.
Yeah.
It's very common in history.
Yes, but that's not a contradiction because you've just inserted an additional complication within an objective social structure, which includes borders between which the rules change or values change or things like that. That's not an argument.
It's an argument that these things are subjective, and the value in the money is subjective. And
No, it means the value in the
labor-
money pertains to specific localities. That doesn't mean the existence of the money is purely subjective down to an individual's opinion. That's not how that works.
Do you think it's
Not even
possible
fiat
that
currency works that way. It's still common between all of the people and given particular social circumstances like the existence of certain authoritative institutions in a given place. And typically as a consequence of that place's relationship with other places.
Sure, but you can have 3 friends and each one of them is trading IOUs to each other, and that's money, right?
No,
As long as
that's
they all
not
accept
money.
those.
Trading IOUs is not money.
They all did labor to owe the other one's value. They give an IOU
No.
for that.
You're confusing the money form with any sort of
Medium of exchange.
No. What's the word? Fuck. With like what was it called when you're like you have income assistance and you get like a stamp? What's that term?
Food stamp.
Yeah, but the food stamps is a kind of thing. It's
Right.
like you're talking about people representing like claims to particular objects with sort of a receipt. That's not money though.
Well, money's a receipt of value.
No,
Right.
money
Someone
is
does labor.
no, money is a commodity that is taken to be commensurate with the common exchange value between commodities. That's not
It's a medium of exchange.
but it's a
commodities
medium.
and-
It's a medium of exchange and a commodity.
The money itself is current fiat currency isn't worth anything. Bitcoin isn't actually worth anything.
Right?
It's just
Yeah.
zeros and ones.
Yeah.
But if
So
people
that's
trade
purely
Bitcoin-
abstract. But that you're also not talking about strictly
Well, I don't
speaking
need real
money in the
money to-
classical sense either. There, but you're also still
When
talking
you-
about something that is objective, nonetheless, in the same way.
It's agreed upon by a group of people. I mean, if you use your debit card to
Yes,
do
but
most
it's agreed upon by a group of people. Therefore, it is not dependent on a single subjectivity. Therefore, it is both subjective to a particular context and objective.
it's subjective to that context and that society. And if there were certain conditions to change, then that money would lose its value. The
I
money on
agree.
your debit card, for example, if
I
there's an
agree.
EMP blast, lose all its value.
I agree. And yet it still remains objective because the objectivity of that is not canceled out by the fact that at a certain level of analysis, it's still subjective to the species or to the particular physical laws governing our sector of the universe or whatever. Like yeah.
So then, but again, then why is not a 3-person IOU objective? IOU exchange, where we're all using magic cards instead of money. We're all giving each other magic cards to pay for things.
Because the value of the thing or the significance assigned to the thing persists outside of the subjective experience of a single subject and exists between 3 of them as an object.
So that's objective then.
Yeah.
So any 2 people who come to an agreement creates objectivity.
Sort of, kind of.
So then everyone's belief about anything is objective, as long as someone else agrees with them and the reality is reaffirmed by another person.
It has to be persistent. So, for example, we can have cases where multiple people experience a similar delusion about a thing for some reason, and the thing doesn't therefore have reality for that reason, but the thing experienced has some kind of objective existence as a result, because it's commonly engaged with from multiple approaches.
So if something happens and there's no physical remnant of the event happening,
Yeah.
and 2 people, and there are 4 people there, and 2 of them believe one thing and 2 of them believe the other, neither one is objective. There's no objective truth to what happened.
Well,
Or is there? Is that you're saying
when
there
you
is?
say objective, you're talking about independent of any human being's experience. That is another meaning of objective, but that's not the only meaning of objective.
When
The
you
point is
assess,
that it's independent of one sole person's experience. It's not a figment of one person's perception. Right?
right,
Right.
and so we can all have different perceptory opinions about things, right?
So if
You
I
don't
see
know
a
what's
pink,
happening
if I
in
see a
Kyle's
pink
head.
elephant floating across the screen, and I call somebody else and, hey, do you see that pink elephant floating across the screen? They say no. It's subjective. If they see it, then it's objective. But if it's the consequence of some kind of like weird gas that's been put into the room to make whoever breathes it in experience a pink elephant on the screen, then it would also be subjective to this subset of people who are under the influence of that gas, and other people, for those other people, it would not be objective. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if you have a certain perception about somebody's intentions based off of your own experiences in your own life, because that's how all our perceptions come from, and where you've gotten now has colored how you feel about someone's actions, and other people agree with you, and other people disagree with you, where does that leave us?
If somebody does a thing to cover up another thing, that is a demonstration of a state of mind concerning the previous thing. There is an awareness of the particular controversy, there is an effort to evade it, and the effort fails. Okay? That's it. This is not complicated to grasp.
Again, that's subjective. You may believe that, and
It's
that's
based
fine.
on judgment that I have in common with the vast majority of people who have any existence as an adult in the world. Once again, if you're trying to convince me that, yeah, it's perfectly possible that Kyla is in fact not a real person, it is a elaborate AI construction, 100% agree. That's a metaphysical possibility. I've never seen her in person. Could be true. I'm not
it's
really
also possible
not running with that though. It seems unlikely.
she's emotionally unstable, or an idiot, or was told certain things that you never heard.
Or all those things, and she's still doing all the things that I specifically accused her of that you agree that she must have done, given what we agree with.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
It's also true that, I mean, again, all these things, I don't know what you've done with your life. You could have done a number of things that everyone here is unaware of.
So?
And you probably have.
What's your point?
If I made, so I could never assess someone as anything because I don't know everything they've done. I mean, I can
No.
make an opinion based off of what I know.
No, that's
which
my
is what we
retort.
all-
I'm making an assessment based on things I know she's done recently.
And you can say, I don't like her. Here's why. I don't respect her.
It's
Here's
irrelevant whether I like her or not. I actually don't particularly dislike Kyla, by the way. I think she's a deeply disingenuous person, so I can never get along with her. I don't dislike her. I'm kind of indifferent to her, actually.
Well, you don't respect her. That seems pretty
So
clear.
what? Yeah, you generally don't respect people you're indifferent to. That's
Sure.
Yeah.
That's your opinion on her. You don't respect her. You don't think she's deserving of at least that level of respect. And that's fine.
an additional statement I probably wouldn't care to make, but sure.
You seem to be flabbergasted that other people wouldn't agree with that, and not just about her, but any number of other people.
No, it's just there's a strong correlation between people not agreeing with that and people being really, really dumb or really, really grasping.
I just don't see what the point in it is in, like, it's like you.
Well, me neither, because you were trying to argue that I was doing something dishonest by calling myself a political scientist at some point in a way
Right.
commensurate to what Kyla did.
I don't think it's
really
necessarily
not, and I'm really not
exactly the
entirely
same.
sure how any of this helps you.
I think it is. I think personally, it's disingenuous. I think calling flat earthers scientists is.
Well,
really
I wouldn't call flat earthers scientists. I said a
Well,
condition.
you agreed with me that they did science. Isn't that what a
I
scientist
agreed
is?
with you, given the condition under which somebody who happened to be starting from a flat Earth position was engaging in some kind of methodologically consistent interrogation of the world to confirm or disprove that hypothesis, that they would then be doing science. I did not say that flat earthers as they exist now, or anyone in particular, is actually a scientist.
But if they were to have but you said they don't need to be falsifiable. So if they do an experiment and there's a certain result that does not confirm their belief, and they
No,
come
it
up
doesn't.
with-
It doesn't have to be falsifiable to be scientific. It does have to be falsifiable to be useful with respect to the experiment being germane to future experimentation.
well, then I've seen flat earthers do non.
For example, any event that is singular and unique, at least within the span of a human life, or maybe within the span of the existence of the human species, which we know of at least one example in the Big Bang. These are things about which we can't make falsifiable judgments because we can't replicate the situation to prove that they wouldn't happen under the same circumstances again.
Right.
And yet we talk about them profitably. In hypothesis, like we still talk about them as like purely theoretical items, but we still talk about them and we use them seriously. And they guide research and they guide theory and so on and so forth, and experimentation even.
But the reason, because they are falsifiable, we just might not have the means to falsify them yet. So there are conditions.
But they aren't falsified. Well, if we will never have the means to falsify them, then as far as we are concerned, they are not falsifiable. That suffix, it means able, right?
Well,
so if they're not falsifiable, then we will never have that ability. They are not therefore falsifiable at some future point. They're just definitionally not falsifiable.
Relativity was not falsifiable when Einstein theorized it. Only later did the means to actually physically test relativity exist.
You're way outside of my area of expertise, but sure.
Well, yeah.
Although, by the by, there are also elements of relativity that are still unfalsifiable, and it's not a matter of the technology or the state of science at the time. It's just a matter of the conceptual framework that Einstein was using, in which, for example, he tried to make firm statements about the nature of time, when in fact he was measuring something that he was only arbitrarily insisting was time. This was the whole Einstein-Bergson debate.
Right, but he laid out possible means.
No, he didn't. There were no means to. He simply said the time of the philosophers doesn't exist. He denied the conceptual possibility of falsifying that claim.
I've never seen him write anything to that effect.
Well, you should look at his letters. You should look at his statements concerning Bergson. There's a famous debate about it. There's a really good book by something Canales, I think, called The Physicist and the Philosopher. It's really good. I highly recommend it.
Okay, well, maybe I'll check that out.
I've been trying to find an English copy of Durain's Simultaneity for a very long time. I can't seem to. It seems it's out of print.
Well, you can always pay someone to translate it.
Oh, it's been translated. You can't find it published. I've got a PDF of it. It's just not the same.
You can get that professionally bound if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, though.
People do it for fairly cheap.
It's a lot of work. I didn't say it was a lot of money. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. You give a small business on Etsy some money. That seems nice.
Yeah, but I'm a small business and I want the money.
Well, you want the book too, so you gotta.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a judgment call at some point, but for the time being, I still haven't read two sources of morality and religion, so we'll get there.
Anyway, I'll say this.
Uh-huh.
This is the last thing I'll say about the science thing. Okay. So I don't know if you might have heard this, you might not. Recently, a bunch of flat earthers were paid to go to Antarctica.
Cool. Did they go?
Because they did go.
Okay, well, they clearly died then because, the edge.
Right. Well, obviously they didn't go to the edge.
Cowards.
But they were there. It's the summer now, so you won't actually die being there right now. And it's at the point where currently is a 24-hour day, or there was for a day or two, a week ago there, where the sun never sets for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that would disprove a lot of the current flat Earth models.
Well, I mean, it clearly wouldn't. What it would show is that the giant light in the sky has a more elaborate movement cycle than we previously anticipated.
Well, right, exactly. That's the point I was making. So they observed that. They agreed, yes, the sun didn't set. And immediately the wheels started turning. Well, how can this work in flat Earth? And this is what they do every time. So they do experiments. A certain result comes.
Right.
And they immediately theorize how that would fit into flat Earth.
Yeah, so they have an anti-scientific spirit because they are motivated for other reasons to prefer a particular outcome to another one. And therefore, they're privileging explanations that give the advantage to that explanation as opposed to a different one. Like they're not scientists, but insofar as they are engaging in some kind of methodological test of the thing, they are engaging in a scientific activity, and to the limited extent that they're doing that, they would be engaging in science. Now, given that,
so isn't a scientist someone who engages in science?
Beg your pardon?
Isn't a scientist someone who engages in science?
Sure, but insofar as you stop doing so, I would say you cease to be a scientist. Sort of like how Kyla will say, for example, as she did in her first Destiny interview, she'll refer to as psychologist we, sort of a royal we. She's not saying she has credentials as like a registered psychologist. She's saying, in my capacity as someone engaging in the activity of studying psychology, This is what we
Right.
might do. This is what we might say, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, she's in the body of people. She's a student of psychology, or was.
Brooks, you
So
want to
she's-
come on and argue about this? I'm curious about your definition of science, as you apparently disagree with me, and I hate you for it. Sorry, go on, as you were saying.
Well, yeah. So you can be, and obviously you can say as someone, you could argue I'm a political scientist because I'm engaged in study of political science in some capacity. And she's like, I'm a psychologist, royal we, because I'm engaged in the study of psychology. But some of these, at some level, scientist is not just someone who's interested in science, because many people are interested in science, right?
Yep.
And I would argue the flat earthers aren't scientists specifically, which you seem to agree with, is because they came in with it. Essentially, their claim wasn't falsifiable, right? So usually you're supposed to come into experiment and say, if X, then I'm correct. If not
Well,
X,
I would agree
then I'm
that I would
incorrect.
agree that their experiments were a sham because they weren't actually interested in science.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can't keep doing that. You can't keep moving the goalposts every time the results aren't what you want them to be.
Yeah.
And so that's not science. So they're not
Yeah.
scientists, but they're very methodological.
Yeah.
And so obviously you can have a strong methodology and consistent methodology even, and not be a scientist.
Yeah, because of that other clause where you're using a methodology to study the world specifically, not using a methodology as a performance in order to give the impression of studying the world to a third party.
Do you believe that none of them believe the Earth's flat? Or most of them?
Doesn't matter if they're doing the thing I just described.
Well, I mean, I think their intention, I believe most of them believe it. Or many of them do, at least.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're doing the thing I just described. None
Right,
of what
that
I
doesn't
just
make them
said.
scientists.
None of what I just said entailed belief.
You seem to think that the causative thing of them not doing it as a performance means it's not science. And if it wasn't performative, if they did it in a dark room and no one, or they were alone in Antarctica and no one else saw them doing it and they didn't tell anyone, then they were scientists.
Well, if they're lying to themselves and disregarding the findings and inserting conclusions that don't follow from their assertions, then I would say insofar as they're doing that for personal emotional reasons, they're also not scientists.
Right, but
Because under
obviously
those situations, there's no methodology actually guiding their interpretation of the data either, right? They're picking and choosing based upon what they would like to believe.
well, I mean, to some degree, scientists also pick and choose from a certain perspective,
Yeah.
but they're doing it in a lot more of a.
And that's why philosophy of science exists, in order to pry apart ways in which people's interpretations of data, say, or their reliance on certain kinds of experimentation or privileging of certain kinds of experimentation is motivated by things that aren't in the spirit of actual science as a venture.
Sure. And we can say that maybe if someone's p-hacking, for example, they're not a scientist, or at least in that moment, they're not a scientist. And that could be subjective. But I mean, at some level, there's certain bedrock principles of science. And one of them isn't necessarily, yes, if someone's lying and grifting on purpose, they're clearly not a scientist. But if they earnestly believe the Earth's flat and they earnestly believe this experiment will show them the Earth's flat, and
You can
it
be
doesn't,
you can be a good scientist and earnestly believe that God created the world in 7 days, provided you're doing science in some field in which you're not required to abandon methodology in order to maintain a conclusion that you want. P-hacking,
Sure.
it's when you fuck with statistical results.
yeah, you basically fish for a model, which
Not p-hacking, P-E, just P. Sorry, go on.
it's just the letter P. Mine's in the gutter. And right, you're correct in that, like, for example, believing in God's very unscientific, but that can be kind of isolated from
I don't. Why?
you.
Why do you think believing in God's unscientific?
Well, okay, I should say it's non-scientific. It's outside. It's just not.
Is it? How so? Explain.
Science has no involvement in that because it's an unfalsifiable claim.
You're talking about empirical science. You can absolutely reason about the existence of God on the basis of observations about the world and about cognition and so on and so forth. There's no contradiction there. You can do so scientifically.
That's not scientific.
Well, what do you mean by science? What's your definition of science?
Well, like I said, it needs to be methodological.
No. That's a condition of a scientific claim being scientific. I'm asking what the definition of science is.
So science is the attempt to understand the world, reality, through a methodology that is falsifiable and replicable.
Well, clearly not, because how on earth do you falsify or replicate that definition as the condition of knowledge about the world?
What do you mean?
Is that claim scientific?
Is the claim of
Is the
what
claim that
science is
replicability
scientific?
is a condition of something being scientific itself scientific?
Well, no, science has to come from somewhere.
Okay.
So obviously science has to beget itself, right? Obviously it
So,
evolved from
but here's the
non-scientific
thing. Here's the
philosophy.
thing, though. The designation of science long pre-exists that formulation. So what you've essentially done is you've decided arbitrarily that despite there being a long tradition of science for a very long time that involves a whole host of different ventures, only this specific one counts as science because I said so. That's not very.
No, I think there were
That's
people before
not-
science was formulated that did science, right? But not everyone did. And it wasn't, there were probably more or less isolated
slow
people
down.
that performed science.
Who and how, given your definition?
Anyone that performed a methodological study of reality that was falsifiable and replicable. Engaged in science in the past, before we had the word science.
But they called other things science before that were not replicable, that were not falsifiable, still concerned knowledge of the world, still were the result of methodologies. The conclusions were things that could only be entertained theoretically. And these were still considered science. For example, we have there are a number of books concerning the science of logic, so on and so forth.
I mean, we can use whatever words we want for these things and say, well, the word.
Well, that's my point. So given that the designation is based upon judgments by subjects, why is the Popperian condition of falsifiability now descriptive of or exclusive of all other activities or claims as scientific? That doesn't follow.
Because this is how modern scientists perform science.
But it's not.
And again,
though.
it's fine if you want to engage with other activities that aren't science or our modern definition of science, that or Popperian science, if you want to be very pedantic about it.
Well, it's not being pedantic about it. You're insisting that something isn't science on the basis of Popper being authoritative in areas beyond which Popper himself wasn't even claiming to be.
Well, Popper inherently wasn't authoritative. It's that he was describing something that was most of the body of scientists agreed with. It's because he talked to scientists about this.
But that's clearly not true because he specifically had to challenge a whole lot of people who were doing science historically in the course of making that point.
Yeah, but those people were all dead by then.
So what?
So again, we can say modern science.
What you're making is essentially an appeal to popularity. That's not very compelling.
Well, I'm talking about the practical reality of modern science again. And so the issue that we have now is a lot of other things, because maybe that word was used
specifically.
in the past.
Specifically, what you're talking about is empirical experimentation, but that's not the same thing. You're talking about natural science in particular. You're using contemporary assumptions about science as only involving natural studies. And you're specifically limiting it to things that can be replicated via physical experimentation.
I believe other things are too subjective to give the same rigor to, because 3 different people could have 3 different conclusions. And that will happen till the cows come home with many of these other systems, like chiropractic, for example, which is non-scientific because it doesn't follow those methodology. And so there's not really a lot of utility to chiropractic outside the placebo effect because of its lack of replicability and falsifiability, which it seems like you agree with, subjectively at least, that chiropractic has very little value.
I am actually in the dark about that. I just don't want people with chiropractic degrees saying that they're experts on things like diet and weight loss
believe they
and
are.
mental health. Well, if they believe that they were, then they would put front and forward that they were chiropractors and not MDs, right?
Well,
because if you're saying MD, you're leveraging the ignorance of the public about the breadth of that term. They're thinking, oh, they went to school to study how metabolism works and things like that, when they didn't.
Well, they believe they did. I mean, that's
no, they don't believe they did because they went to specific classes that they paid a lot of money to go to that didn't cover those things. Because they had to pick a degree to apply for, which you would know if you had a degree. They had to pick out what to apply for. They had to do a lot of work talking to advisors and so on and so forth in order to secure these things. It took a tremendous amount of effort. If they didn't know, then they wouldn't have it. You don't fall into degrees. It's actually very hard to get one.
Right, but you pick that field because you believe it to be valuable.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about value. We're talking about representations of domain. We're talking about whether or not somebody is accurately representing themselves or is deliberately omitting details in order to appear as though they qualify in an area that's more marketable than in the area that they're actually qualified in.
These things are not nearly as objective and again, jurisdictionally, they're different too. Obviously, Canada.
It doesn't matter jurisdictionally. It's conditioned on your jurisdiction. If you're in a jurisdiction where you can't get the degree, and you haven't left that jurisdiction to go to a jurisdiction where you can get the degree, and you don't get that degree, then you don't have the degree. It's that simple. That's how it works.
So in the United States, chiropractors are doctors of medicine.
Who cares? What does that have to do with
chiropractic
anything?
medicine? So
So
they
what?
believe they're doctors. When they say I'm a doctor,
No, they don't believe they're doctors. They are doctors. They're being dishonest, however, if they try to speak to areas outside of chiropractic if they don't have special training in them by saying MD, but not specifying what they have an MD in.
Chiropractic is a holistic health concept. Did you know that? It's not just about how your spine feels. It's about disease and nutrition and health all over the body.
Really? So if the doctor in question, if this is indeed the case and chiropractic actually involves that, then they should have no problem whatsoever in simply identifying themselves as having an MD in chiropractic and putting that in big bold letters on their title.
It's not an MD. It's a doctor of chiropractic medicine. That's in the United States the exact terminology.
Really?
So a lot of them will say very big.
That's good to know then. So when they say doctor, they are allowing people to have the false impression that they have an MD.
Many people falsely believe that, yes, because of the way they present themselves.
Yeah. So do you think someone like Eric Berg is just he's just confused? He's just naive. He doesn't understand how whittle people think, or do you think he's actually someone who's very well educated, who's found a way to make a lot of money fleecing rubes?
I think a lot of them are very stupid.
Well, I think that's a very stupid thing to think. They make a lot of money doing what they're doing.
Not MDs. If they were smart,
they're chiropractors. They're chiropractors because they very astutely realized that they could get a credential that they could sell for a lot of money on the cheap without having to qualify for a much more restrictive qualification. Right? It's a lot easier to become a chiropractor than a brain surgeon, but both are called doctor. And if you can sell yourself as a doctor to somebody who doesn't know, who's willing to shell out money, or even just give you a lot of clicks, if you have no scruples about deceiving people who don't know any better, then that's the way to go.
I mean, you're ascribing a lot of malice to basically anyone that engages in a certain behavior, which is really no proof.
Were you born yesterday, sir?
I think there's plenty of people that do this maliciously. I'm not disagreeing with you that they exist, but I mean, if you think that every single person that gets a chiropractic dedegree and calls himself a doctor and sets up a joint in a strip mall,
but we're not talking about someone setting up a joint in a strip mall. We're not, because presumably the chiropractor setting up a joint in a strip mall would either be doing chiropractic or they would be selling some kind of service that they have a qualification to sell. When we're talking about people on YouTube, say, selling information about medical fields about which they have no formal training, that's a different story. That's not the same thing.
But anyone could in theory know about psychology, right? And be well read on it and be correct.
Here, I'm going to bring in a couple more people because Brooks has been waiting for a little while. Hey, Brooks. How are the other people?
I'm so sorry about this Sunday.
You should
be. I'm so sorry about this.
You should be.
This feels like, remember when I told you to be polite to Haas and be like...
He's still here, by the way, just so you know.
I don't care.
Okay.
Hello.
Well,
I'm so sorry, Sunday.
That's okay.
All right, so let's just go with this. Like, what is the discussion about anymore? What is happening?
Why don't you...
Like, chiropractors are called doctors because they get their undergraduate and then they get a doctorate degree from an actual accredited institution. Whether or not that should be an accredited institution or not, it's like how I've got friends who are postdoctorate and they can be called doctors. They're doctors of philosophy, doctors of blank. You can be a doctor of like a lot of things. Doesn't mean medical doctor. No, a lot of people don't use that term for that. And there may be quackery happening. Sure, I'm not a fan of chiropractic myself, but like, I don't even know what's being debated anymore.
I guess the crux of my point is that Sunday's ascribing malice to someone like Kyla that there's no evidence for. That he could be dismissed by calling her an idiot, which he already does.
So
it's he does this a lot. I mean, it's up. So in his worldview, anyone who is doing quackery, knows they're doing quackery, knows they're manipulating people, knows they're exploiting people, and shouldn't be. But if you're doing streaming and getting a bunch of donations from people that may or may not have the money, that's not manipulative. You could all say, so any of this activity is possibly manipulative, and it could or couldn't be. And you could have the opinion and say, I don't like people who do X, Y, and Z.
You don't actually see a difference between, hey, if you like what I do, give me money, or hey, I can help you do a thing that I technically shouldn't. Like, you don't see differences between that and labor exchange or contracts between people. You don't see a unique relationship difference between the two.
In my opinion, one of them's worse socially, but I don't think there's a fundamental difference between those things. I think there might be a value difference between those things in specificity. I could say maybe someone who's streaming is giving more value than her just kind of bullshittingly giving her opinion on therapists because the streaming is more entertaining. But all those people decided that they felt like she knew what she was talking about and went to her. It made a stupid decision.
So you're good with chiropractor. You were just bitching about chiropractors a minute ago.
I'm not good with them existing, and I would call them quacks to their faces as much as possible, but I don't know
what's a quack?
Ban them.
What's a quack?
A quack is someone who's presenting health outcomes that they don't actually know anything about, and that they're saying do X and you'll get Y, and there's no basis in reality for that.
Okay.
Hey Brooks, I gotta pee. You good if I disappear for 1 minute?
What?
I have to pee. Are you good if I disappear for 1 minute?
I mean, you were contributing so much before you just said this.
I know.
I don't know what I'll do.
Okay, well, I believe in you. I'll be quick.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't give a shit about the Kylo thing. I'm just fascinated because it's, like, what is the thing? Like, because you open with this idea that like all streamers are necessarily narcissistic, and then when challenged on that, you're like, well, no, but they, to some degree, which is literally
that's
makes
my
the
opinion.
Statement. Yeah, but that makes literally everything meaningless because everyone is narcissistic to some degree.
Okay, I'll say that streamers are more narcissistic than the average person, to be more specific about it. All streamers.
In what capacity?
In that they have a greater desire for attention and being the center of attention than the average person.
So you believe that it's the actual work of streamers is that they like being the literal center of attention, and that's the attractive force, that there isn't a multitude of realities around why people end up in the position they're in, but instead that's the driving force behind the reason.
No, it's just one of the motivations. There's probably many for many people.
Yeah. So, all right. So so that's a statement.
I'm just saying
do you want to say something that's like actually, to use terms from earlier, falsifiable instead of just like something that's like, hey, here's a statement. Oh, maybe not. Also, yeah, a little bit, but everyone kind of, and also I'll diminish it until it becomes meaningless.
Well, so my point would be that everyone, including Sunday, engages in some level of exploitation of the audience, exploiting parasociality, and some level of elevated narcissism to the general public.
Do you believe there? Okay. And I can probably agree with that. The nature of sort of any relationship necessarily is that. Wouldn't you agree you're doing the same thing by coming on stream in order to be counterpoint to him and defend someone else necessarily to get brownie points or to be seen a certain way or to feel good based on how people react to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so then who cares? Everyone's doing it.
Right.
Then what's the point? Then what's your point? It's everyone.
Right.
That's the nature of the system. So what's your point?
So there's no point even talking about it a lot of the time. At least
then
in this
why
time.
did you? Then why did you?
I'm saying there's no point in him talking about it if he thinks that he is making some sort of moral point. Because
Oh
it's
no,
not moral.
see, that's the
wrong.
difference. See, for you believe this is the nature of the system and it's everyone. He doesn't in the same way. He believes that there is the ability for people to be either unknowingly or less knowingly or not as explicitly guilty or part of that same exact system, or taking part in different ways, or perhaps utilizing the system in order to change it and make secondary other things. The ability for someone to do that is his position. That's why he's making the comments he's making. I'm not talking about Sunday. I've shit on Sunday all the time for all kinds of fun things. You can go watch. I'm asking you why you, who believe naturally that this is the system, why you would come on to then bitch at him about how everyone in the system is like this, even you making the point that you're making, and how that adds anything to it. What did you hope to accomplish by showing the world and saying to the world, this is just what everyone does?
I just don't believe it's a moral wrong. I don't think there's anything immoral about any of that.
You came to congratulate me on my morality. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Well, I
Sunday.
don't think you're moral, like by taking a stand against. I don't think this is all just.
So I want to get back. This is I fucking hate that. This is my fault. So the Kyla video, because we were watching. I had Sunday in the background yesterday. He was watching the Kyla video that was about how she bitched about her fucking visa, and she literally had the best visa experience anyone ever trying to get a visa to America has ever had. It's like insanely a working visa in America for her and her spouse. And it was like a dream come true experience, but somehow it was the worst thing she'd ever experienced in her life. And I found it just the most frustrating thing to listen to. Then I heard she quit streaming, and then I saw that she posted another video, and I went, hey, Sunday, dude, look at this fucking thing. Can you believe this? What nobody tells us about internet fame? Can you believe she's fucking saying this? Because, you know, that's like the tropiest fucking hilarious. If you were to make a shallow, shitty movie about like some woman who's like decided to fake quitting the internet, this is what you'd write, and it's almost like too perfect. So I write Sunday, I'm like, you've got to check it out, and he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And so now we're here, but I'd like to have a more interesting discussion. Why is it that you define science as you do? Like, because the idea of repeating experiments in order to get the same outcomes and falsifiability, all of this, how is that science uniquely and not literally everything?
Because a lot of different fields or different ways people engage, they don't do that. Again, for example, flat earthers don't, even if they are methodological, they don't engage in research that is falsifiable or replicable.
Gordon Ramsay does. So cooking is science, right?
I would say there's definitely science in cooking, and you can as
no,
chef,
not science in cooking. We're not going to do those words. This is everything has a seed of it. I'm talking like science itself has to necessarily become its own discipline, right? It has to be a thing that's unique. So how is the definition you gave unique to science instead of appealing to the sort of, as you might say, subjective understanding of what various things could be as I'll know it when I see it sort of platonic representation of science?
Because in the example of Gordon Ramsay, at the end of the day, he's making food for somebody to consume, whether that is actually him at the end of the day. And so if he tells a vegan, I'm going to make you.
How does
really
he do that?
Food.
How does he do it? He does it with a recipe that he's practiced and refined over time in order to get the same outcome, right?
Well, that's the problem though, because it's not always the same outcome. It's
right.
He does
that's why he changes and fixes the recipe.
Well, he has to tweak it every time he makes something because he has to understand who his audience is and what they like and what their needs are, right? He can't give a steak to a vegan or they'd say this is horrible, right? But that same
a vegan would not order a steak.
Well, if he just told them, I'm giving you a Gordon Ramsay 3-course meal, are you excited? They'd be like, yeah, because he has made vegan food before. And then he gives them a steak. Well, that's a failure. But if he gives it to somebody else who likes steak, then he did a good job, right? So that's subjectivity in the result. It's going to be different in every situation. There's no objective wall to bounce off of. It's a moving target at all times. And so while cooking involves science, it's not science.
I'm going to just pull on these two other people quickly just to get rid of them. In case there's something to say. Don't feel like you two have to stay. Hello, very quickly introduce yourselves and what your major malfunction is. Nixon number 2.
Hey.
Hey.
Can Can I go back in waiting room and then you can pull me up? There's an issue.
Absolutely. Anon, what are you here for? You're muted, by the way. All right, back to the waiting room with you. Sorry, as you were.
No, that was my point. To Brooks.
Yeah. So again, how is it's a really interesting way to look at it, because the reality of how all of those things come together and the examples you give, the nature of responding is kind of fascinating. You talk about flat earthers and how they treat a thing as non-falsifiable, and how they talk about things and how they do it. And everything you've talked about, you've staged in a very interesting way that ensures that you don't actually get stuck on any specific point. You're able to fall back and say, well, actually, sort of. Well, not really. Well, kind of. And adjust. There's a metonymy. It's a wonderful word. I did a big talk on it last night. Metonymy is this amazing ability for us to shift the slight intention of words or the way that words focus in order to change their meanings and have them sort of, affect things, affect the general sense that we're able to make of a thing. And science is one of those things that's really fascinating to do this with, because the idea that science is on its face a replicable process that it yields results that can be tested and requires a falsifiability, like that is sort of just everyday life for people. Like this is just the scientific method. It's not really science. A scientific method isn't even necessarily a requirement for science itself. It's just a thing Popper, a handful of other people came up with, in the same way that a child tests whether or not something is able to do a thing. Oh, is this my keyboard broken? Let me test it. Let me plug it into the right things. Am I doing science? I guess so. But again, this would be that issue. This is why, again, the issue, and Sunday, you asked what my actual definition of science tends to be. For me, it's much less about what we see the process of the thing as, because that is its own nightmare. The production of science is functions and functives, measurements and elements that basically are able to be utilized against each other in order to create generalized abstractions, mathematical sort of organizations for us to sort of cut through chaos. The methods or all of these other things, they can lead us there or not, but the functions of science is actually what it's ultimately creating. The way that force works, the way that coordinates are set up on side of things, the way that this is actually the creation of science. Utilizing science for other things, different process, but that tends to be where science sits. Granted, you're going to probably guess where I'm getting this from, but that type of thing tends to be how I look at science itself. It's the creation of functions and the creation of those measurements and the discovery of them, for more or less a term for it, basically.
So you would say that having agreed upon measurement system of which everyone is using creates a scientific framework. Boiled down.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, then maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
A scientist creates functions that are utilized inside of systems of measurements and against others in order to basically make things happen. But those things aren't science. The example I would give in the Gordon Ramsay example, which is why I tend to use it, is the process that he's using, where he's talking about heating, talking about fat, the makeup of the various elements, the weight of different things, the structure, cellular structure, which matters in cooking these days, especially for someone like Ramsay, or any kind of chef in any kitchen. These elements are being used to cook. The elements, when they're created, is the actual work of science. The finding of them, the creation of them, the function in science of them is ultimately to determine states of affairs or bodies that ultimately deal with the plane of reference and the systems of coordinates ultimately. And that difference between that and the production of that versus, say, the production of philosophy, which is the creation of concepts, like Popper, for example, would be philosophy. He's not doing science; he's doing philosophy. The production of the thing is the thing is.
Well, if I may, I think what's kind of important here is to understand what's sort of being done with the language here when we're talking about science. When we're talking about like the word science as it's used historically, or words approximating there too, we're talking fundamentally about.
Is my mic crackly?
Not intolerably. It's actually better than usual. We're talking about
I feel like that's a slight.
It is. We're talking about people making, but it's actually pretty good right now. We're talking about people making statements about what are the conditions of knowledge. Science literally referring to whether or not you know a thing. And it is a philosophical position of Karl Popper's that you do not know a thing unless you have a method by which the thing can be replicated. Therefore, that obviously has very limited purchase with respect to particular kinds of things. The language of science pre-exists that thesis. To say that that encompasses all of science is essentially to engage in treating what is a particular hypothesis concerning epistemology. By the way, when I said episteme politikon, that's what that comes from. It's to conflate a particular theory about epistemology with epistemology itself or with science itself, and that's a mistake. I'm making a pretty modest case here.
Right.
People do
My argument
colloquially
is that-
refer to science today as if it only involves falsifiable empirical experiments and hypotheses and so on and so forth, but that's not.
You're correct in that my fundamental argument is that the process is what science is, or rather the mindset and the approach. That's what science is. Like, a smartphone is not science. It's a piece of technology that was built using the knowledge of many scientific advancements, but the phone is not science. Right? And Gordon Ramsay uses scientific knowledge all the time when he's cooking. But that doesn't mean he's engaging in science. He's simply utilizing scientific discoveries for his art, which is cooking.
Well, I would say, if you will, that the generation of technology without a method of falsifiability can by itself be regarded as part of science. I don't think there's a contradiction there, because there's this whole complex that emerges when you introduce falsifiability, right? Because now you're not just talking about whether or not, in principle, someone could attempt to replicate this experiment elsewhere and find that it doesn't apply in all cases, or maybe in any cases. Specifically, what you're talking about is there's this whole theoretical approach to conclusions such that they need to be preloaded with a particular kind of testability in advance. That's a formal philosophical position that I don't think exhausts what science means historically until very recently. And Popper's position is not uncontroversial. It's not just like he figured it out and then everybody just followed along with it. Popper's position is taking a widely held belief in combination with practices that are identical with science, and then radically constricting the range of what science involves, based fundamentally upon a very weak understanding of the actual venture as a whole historically. There's a reason why, for example, when he gets into critiques of like approaches to what he calls historicism in books like the Poverty of Historicism and The Open Society and Its Enemies, he very famously has very bad readings of these people, and it's because he presumes that.
Well, he presumes a lot of things.
I know. I was stuttering there for a second. So I'm like, okay, where do we even start?
For me, I'd start with Kuhn and Kuhn's critique, which is the very idea itself of falsification and verification as being these two like things that are perfectly opposed in every perfectly binary
paradigm way.
Okay,
how about this? Like paradigm shifts, questing experiments that aren't necessarily made on the basis of replicable theses from before. These are the ways in which we have made major leaps scientifically, and they were not on the basis of falsifiable hypotheses. In many cases, they were, let's presume, unfalsifiable hypotheses in order to make other experiments and see what that yields. Right?
Well, I mean, and you're literally the example you give of cosmology. I could give evolution as another, is not strictly speaking falsifiable. There are very small parts of it that may theoretically be, but you can't falsifiably discuss about
or like
elements
parts of
evolutionary biology.
Or
But
parts
you
of
could
science having to
falsify
do.
natural selection, even if you couldn't in Darwin's time. I mean, I think Sunday's correct in that you don't need science to advance society.
How would you
right?
falsify natural selection? I'm curious. How would you?
So, for example, obviously Darwin didn't know this, but we now know about bacteria, and we can observe bacterial genomes, and we can observe natural selection within the course of a human lifetime in bacterial populations.
No, but
right?
here's
That
why slow down.
super important.
The reason why I'm asking the question though is because you're treating natural selection as if that is a falsifiable hypothesis, but natural selection is not a falsifiable hypothesis. Natural selection is the thesis that it is nature that selects, period. The method is left in the air. This is why the title of his book is
Right.
it's by
Right.
yeah. So it's like,
But he basically set up a framework that if we were to just, because obviously he presupposed some sort of genetics. He didn't know how it was done or what it was, but there was some sort of genetics that could be mutated. And at some later date, if we were able to properly observe things more and more, we could eventually find the mechanism.
exactly. So his thesis about the mechanism we can falsify because we have more and more apparatuses to observe things. But that, once again, that doesn't mean that the overall thesis as a whole is therefore falsifiable, or that the principle itself is falsifiable as such. Because it could be the case, for example, that trying to think of a hypothetical off the top of my head when my editor is telling me very, very urgently to stop the call because this is a bad segment.
It probably is.
It definitely is. I lost my train of thought. God damn it!
You've gone up in viewers. You're crossing 300.
I know that's never happened before. Typically, when you come on, the viewers drop. I don't know what the hell's
I
going
thought
on.
your audience
It's,
loved
this guy's so sexy it counteracts my shittiness.
Let's run with that.
I'm just really good at being pedantic, so.
There you go. That's the way of my people.
300 fucking viewers at this point, my friend.
299.
Like,
Let's not go too
just
extreme.
saying. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if your editor may be off on that one.
Your editor might just not want to edit this because
That is accurate. Just real quick, because it's important. Again, I mean, Kuhn wrote directly against Popper for a reason. There's a lot of problems with everything Popper said. There's a lot of problems with the idea of verifiability or falsifiability. Beyond Kuhn, there's Quine and his work with showing that basically nothing exists except, scientific theories don't exist in a vacuum. I'm more familiar with this because this is like Bruno Latour's Laboratory Life, which is one of the more stunning works on the problems with the idea of treating science as this method that is itself sacrosanct, when in reality nothing is done in a vacuum. There's no such thing as an isolated scientific theory you can test truly itself. It's always determined by its encounters inside of the space. And there's a lot of issues with all of these things that make it so. It's one of the reasons that there's the verifiability problems in modern science that people are like scared of, instead of going, well, maybe that's actually just how the fucking thing works.
Right, but it works in the sense that even if currently our perceptions and our technology doesn't allow us to properly falsify this, there is a way possibly in the future, and this has happened many times, where the methods to like in Darwin's case, it didn't exist at the time. It existed for a long period where it was non-falsifiable, but in theory it was.
No, look, hang on. Hypotheses of the origin of like matter, for example, at a single point. That's not falsifiable. That will never be falsifiable because the conditions of falsifiability exceed the conditions of the universe existing. So right there, like you wouldn't, for example, talk about theories about that being unscientific on the basis of unfalsifiability. Like obviously not. Like science concerns things that are not falsifiable strictly.
But even the Big Bang, like right now, they've already discovered certain stars that doesn't mean the Big Bang didn't happen. It just means that the age that they've estimated is probably incorrect.
Sure.
Right.
But what you're dealing with there is a scientific hypothesis or scientific judgments on the basis of something that is fundamentally unobservable. It's not a thing that you can actually get at as a replicable like fact.
You can only
things,
see
right?
the after effects
Yes.
and essentially the negative image of the thing.
We can keep moving parabolically toward it, right? We can always get closer.
Ooh, but you're assuming the thing that you're moving parabolically towards. I don't know how you've established that that's even there.
Well, it might not be, but there's always a condition that we could falsify it then, right? Like the Big Bang might not be true. It might be that.
But there's not a
because
condition you can falsify it, though. There is no condition under which you can falsify it. Like they're literally, the conditions of conditions are such that you cannot falsify it.
I mean, I'm not an astrophysicist, so I don't know the particulars, but I'm sure if you ask a bunch of Big Bang cosmologists, what conditions would have to exist to
I can tell you in advance, actually. There's two answers they'll give you, okay? One is that you can't, and the other answer is wrong.
No, the other answer is the correct one, which is here's a list of things.
No, there are no things. That's the point. There's no things under the conditions of the Big Bang. The Big Bang is the origin of things. So
right, but if
therefore,
they saw a thing now,
what? Sorry?
if there's certain things that they could see right now that would make them go, the Big Bang's not real.
But that wouldn't be. Well, sure, yeah, you could falsify the thesis, but if for example, right, but that would not be falsifiable in terms of a experiment you could repeat. That would be falsifiable in terms of it isn't the best explanation for the information we have. You're still once again dealing with a situation that is in the past. The conditions under which it exists are essentially incomprehensible to us. And it's also possible it happened and then there is something else happened that created an impenetrable barrier beyond which we can't talk about, that we can't see useful information concerning the Big Bang, right?
Right. It's possible our human brains can't comprehend whatever the reality is in any possible
well, that's
way.
that's also possible, but even assuming that's not the case, like that is therefore not falsifiable. This is a past event that you cannot replicate. To be falsifiable, it needs the conditions need to be replicable. You need to be able to show that actually, under the conditions in which this thing is said to have happened, this happened, or it didn't happen, or
right.
or
But then we're
always
just
happen.
creating that situation with the flat earthers where there's never a case where the Earth's not flat, right? Because the point of falsifiability is before you set yourself in motion. You
No. This would be like a flat Earth from the position of the Earth has been destroyed and you're observing it from the moon. That'd be more analogous, because not they went to Antarctica. Sorry,
I'd lean. One of the great challenges we have, and I would say that the flat earthers share actually with a great deal of actual scientists or whatever we want to call them, is science necessitates the idea that we don't know. And it necessitates someone having effectively that humility built into them. And we don't have that very often, actually, anymore. You can hear a great deal of people who are in charge of various scientific disciplines, people doing work in various ways, who absolutely believe that they know. And falsifiability becomes a thing that, like when we said just a moment ago about the Big Bang, it just turns out the Earth is a lot older than it is. Or a lot of other assumptions. Like that's the problem, is it's the thing that we've thought was true is false. And like those guys who went to Antarctica and went, well, I guess we do have a 24-hour sun down here. I don't know what that means. Someone else will have to figure it out. They're hinging on the idea that the rest is true. This is how most scientific theories work. Again, this is one of those like really basic things. I want to say this is what Kuhn shit on in every way, Popper, for that. Very often, actually, we have falsifiable evidence, and false like evidence that straightly it's known not to be true, or things that are shown not to be true in various other experiments. And no matter what, we continue with it because there's no better alternative. That becomes the challenge, because these things are all interrelated. You don't have one measurement. You have measurements that are themselves multidimensional and dealing with a lot of other things. And so when we learn, oh, fuck, this reading in this one way, what does it mean? Well, it means that all of that shit is out of whack. No, it just means that the universe is probably older. We don't really have to go looking twice. This mentality is incredibly common amongst humans. It's a human thing. And that's, again, to go with Latour, to go with Sayers, to go with Kuhn, to go with Hansen, to go with Quine. These critiques have been levied for years against many people in the scientific community. Bergson, specifically against Einstein, phenomenal example of it, of the overindulgence in the idea that measurements are the thing rather than measurements of a thing. And that maybe there is no thing, maybe the measurements themselves sort of sit. There's a lot of extraordinary stuff in there that, again, against method from Farabend, who I don't necessarily always agree with, but these are great critiques that just destroy the idea of a fixed scientific methodology ultimately.
I don't disagree with you that obviously everything we observe is filtered through a lens of perception at all times. And that scientists will often exert biases on their experiments and won't conduct themselves and they can't conduct themselves in the most objective way. That's impossible, right? So obviously these issues exist, and evidence can be wrong. It can be measured improperly. Some variable could exist that people didn't account for. And every scientific discovery is always caveated with the phrase, to the best of our knowledge, X. And you're right, a lot of them aren't very humble about it. And
But again, it's the lack of understanding that, hey, when we're studying, we're looking at a handful of measurements, and we're only looking at those things, and there is a multitude of reality. This to go back to the gay science from Nietzsche, the idea that no one can ever explain what a push is. A small example of this is if I say, I found myself able to boil water but it didn't boil until it hit 220 degrees, and it took much longer than normal. A lot of possibilities. But if I just say that and I go, it must be weird water that, well, maybe higher altitude, maybe salt was in it, maybe X, Y, Z. Like, we're looking at one measurement, maybe two. We're looking at how they tend to correlate, and then we're assuming the rest. And that's the problem with the scientific method, is the rest is unknown unknowns. By definition, we are looking at things we don't know. Black holes, white holes, whatever the fuck we want to look at, weird, dumb shit that exists out there. There's a lot of weird, dumb ideas, and they're amazing. I'm not knocking people who do this, but when you're looking at a handful of measurements, like, that's all you're looking at. And there are an infinite number more. The great example of silliness. There was a horse that could fucking count. And everyone came and saw this horse. Hans the horse. This was like 110 years ago. It was a big deal in Europe. And everyone would come because the owner of Hans, he would go, okay, Hans, what is 5 + 4? And Hans would stamp his foot 9 times. It's like, what the fuck? No matter what he said, the horse could do it. And people came, scientists came, veterinarians came, like these people who all know their shit came. And they all went, well, we tested. It seems he knows. But this one dude, this philosopher guy, he's a critical theorist, came and went, hey, actually, the answer is that nothing is the reason that he's doing it. What? Well, it's because right before the right number, he notices right after, like, as it happens, the audience goes hush, waiting for the next one to see if he did it right. And so he stops because they didn't think to measure the audience and their reactions, but the horse was sensitive enough to it. This little thing that no one paid attention to is actually the reason, the rest of it. And none of the scientists, no one else got the story. This shit happens far more often than we want to admit. And again, if you haven't read Laboratory Life, if you've done science, and it sounds like if you've published anything on even chickens, which I'm actually really curious about, the way that science operates and how it works, Laboratory Life was so fucking good that the guy behind the multiple vaccines, but polio vaccine, Jonas Salk, actually wrote the intro for it. He wrote the foreword saying how brilliant the book was and how important it was to the future of science. It's that good of a book. So when we talk about, like, science as a thing or any of this, it's really important to remember all scientists are doing, and it's not an all, it's good, but it's an all, is looking for measurements and comparing measurements. That's it. And measurements aren't things. They're not stuff. They're just measurements. They give us good ideas about things, but they're just things. And
by the way, chat, if you appreciate what I do, and you want to help support me financially as I spend more money on books that Brooks has recommended, remember to put theory or drama in your super chat, depending on what kind of content you want us to do next. Continue as you were.
No, that's good. I'll send you a PDF.
It's got a nice title, at least. Nice cover.
Laboratory Life is so fucking good, it's unbelievable.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I guess the way I would frame it, and maybe you could say it's me backwards thinking and preloading my reactions. I would say those are issues with the conducting of science, of which there's, of course, many. And people doing it, of course, do bad all the time, or even just, that's just the nature of it, right? I guess maybe it does sound a bit platonic, like I'm talking about some kind of concept of science in the ether. So, and I don't really believe in that.
It didn't sound like you did.
And I will say this. One issue I have, which is related to this, science is just one way to I guess, conduct advancement in society, right? It doesn't apply to everything. It's not the be all and end all. Obviously, it's very useful and has given us a lot of very useful technology, for example. But a lot of people think it is, right? And so they like to apply, like, oh, this is science, that's science. And it's like, look, if you don't think science is applicable here, or you don't really care about science in this situation, you can just say that, and that's a perfectly fine position. Because it's not like a religion, right? But the way our society's kind of moved, it's like science is so important, science is everything, and so people don't want to acknowledge any kind of pushback against science in any manner. And obviously, some people go way too far.
Well, it's the Reddit atheist problem, because they end up basically doing what Reddit atheists did, which is the Dawkins and all this other shit going cultural Christian. Because ultimately, what they're talking about is the homodoxy. It's not heterodoxy. They want a homodoxy. They want the same fucking thing. They want dogmatic realities, whatever it is, their space, dogmatic realities. And science is a great way to be super dogmatic. Ask anyone who's like actually in any of these laboratories in academia, they'll tell you it's like the most dogmatic, nightmarish shitholes that exist.
Well, it depends where you are in science, because sometimes it's very combative. Some areas are very combative, and there's a lot of one-upping and backstabbing even sometimes.
Very
so it
science.
depends. Yeah, and I think I would say, so my experience, the kind of softer the science, so to speak, which is to say like the further away from like theoretical mathematics it is, the more like cutthroat and competitive it is. Like if you go to a lot of science and biology, for example, it's very, very competitive, but a lot of theoretical physics is a little more dogmatic.
Oh no, it's not. I have an uncle who is in that space. It's a calmer shittiness, but they are all nightmares.
All right, maybe that's my perception. I guess actually I have some videos of people really tearing into string theory.
All right,
Maybe
look. I like you. You're the least insufferable, not so erudite simp I've ever encountered, so thank you for that. I do think we need to move on.
Yep, I'll leave for your editor's sake.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You should be. Take it easy.
Sorry again, Sunday.
Yeah.
Come back on sometime. That was fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Bye.
That wasn't too bad.
No, actually ended up. The challenge is, it's that thing that people do often when they're challenged on a thing. If he hasn't spent the time, like, and it's not his fault. People haven't spent time, and at least he didn't just go like double down on some really dumb shit. He was like, look. I
was expecting that early on. Like there was, like he was a little bit obtuse, but there was like an actual conversation. So that was good.
People haven't read everything. It's tough to read all this stuff. Like once you start making your way through, like again, I recommend for anyone watching, and I'll step off because I know I kill your viewership. Latour, Kuhn, Quine, Feyerabend, I think is great in some ways, and Landon. Larry Loudon's Progress in Problems is also pretty solid. There's a lot of really good critiques of the philosophy of science out there.
I would just start with Kuhn, and Latour sounds really interesting. It's probably a safe way to
Latour's is like the best because he's just doing an ethnology of a laboratory. Like that's what it is. It's not actually. On its surface, it sounds really boring if you explain it. He just spent time in a laboratory like you would with a tribe, and he does what you would do with a tribe. He talks about how things work and how it does, and it's like, oh shit, they're not doing science. Oh fuck. It's like, it's really interesting.
Okay, I'm going to bring on the guests who've been waiting, and then I'm going to move on with with this thing, which we are 6 minutes in. We've been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
That's fine.
That's fine for you.
I mean, I did 4.5 hours last night on the nature of capitalism and inside of Anti-Oedipus. So I have some empathy for you, but come on.
Yeah, true. You were doing it to a much smaller audience, weren't you? Actually, you've been doing better recently. It's been looking.
No, it was a much smaller audience.
Oh, was it?
I think I topped out to 32 people. But I
mean, to be fair, if that's like
I like being the center of attention of 30 people. Sorry.
That's okay. I forgive you.
Oh, yeah. I do this.
By the way, practical philosophy is really fucking good.
I should just wear a bunch of bracelets and do what plastic pills does and pretend to understand this stuff and just yell at people to be schizo.
You should pretend not to understand it on purpose.
Oh fuck!
Just worm your way in. All right, I gotta continue. By the way, again, practical philosophy is really good.
Isn't it amazing?
It's really good. I was actually kind of interesting. I'm rereading the biography. the conditions of his excommunication are really interesting to me, because typically it's couched in like, well, he was really liberal, so he was kicked out. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. And it makes me
a lot more complicated.
I wonder actually what you think about this, because I've been thinking a little bit about and reading this about the anti-Semitism charges against Karl Marx, because essentially what is outlined here is so like
Not dissimilar.
here's how anti-Semitism claims, like here's how this is the anti-Semitism we're familiar with. There's a white guy somewhere who's really mad that there are brown people in their neighborhood, and they blame some Jewish elite for manipulating global politics to make that so. This is what Spinoza is dealing with. I'm curious if Marx is dealing with this too, which is not that. It's as a consequence. This I found really interesting. As a consequence of statelessness, Jews in diaspora, because this is like after the Reconquista. This is when they've been expelled from Spain because of the Inquisition, essentially, right?
Yep.
They did not have state authorities to govern people in their community, and they were dependent on the community members pooling their resources and assisting each other. And so excommunication was a very frequent way to enforce the law, essentially. And what's really fascinating about this is you end up in a situation where you have a lot of Jewish people who are very skeptical, who are very, very rigidly invested in being a part of the religious culture of the community because that's the condition of play. And that's very interesting to me, because right there you have, because what Marx's point is, and the reason why I say it's in the air is because Marx's other statements that he's made as well, and he's also a man of his time, and he was echoing other things which probably don't have the same origin. But Marx's point on the Jewish question, because people who don't know anything about Marx don't realize that, or who haven't read the book don't realize that On the Jewish Question is not a book about the Jewish question. It's a book about another book called The Jewish Question that he's criticizing.
It's on the Jewish question.
Because Bruno Bauer's argument in The Jewish Question, the book called The Jewish Question, was, okay, Jews need to convert to Christianity in order to assimilate into society and to end whatever friction is taking place. And Marx's point is twofold. First of all, it's like, well, A, you're not assimilating Jews then, you're just eliminating them as a group. See, the conditions of the survival of the Jewish culture you've actually negated. So you're not actually an assimilationist. You are essentially what we would call a cultural genocidist today. But secondly, all these negative things you're ascribing to Jews, well, let's assume they're true for argument's sake. The Christians are doing that too. In fact, everybody uses colorful language that has not served him well recently. But his point is that if your concern is with like money grubbing or whatever, your issue is with the system. It's not with a particular group of people, because that describes the conditions of play in capitalism. That describes the conditions of existence of any group in capitalism. And he uses very colorful language because specifically he's using Bruno Bauer's language against him rhetorically. Once again, like this is a polemic against another book in his time. There are also letters and whatnot that engage in similar language that's a little bit divorced from that conversation, so it's a bit more complicated. But I guess it got me thinking about that, because I was not actually aware of the of that social structure. Because you tend to think of it as just like it's a minority group that has prejudice against them, and there are some people in there who just are like taken by the liberal culture, and they don't like the stodginess of their parents or relatives or whatever, and so they go off and they become liberals or something like that. And it's a matter of, I like how Deleuze puts it, it's a matter of external conditions imposing themselves on the person and them responding to that, and not, for example, internal conditions to the community that drive people in different directions. That was very interesting to me, and they're specifically economic in this case.
Yes,
and here's where it gets really weird. There were a lot of excommunications because of critiques of capital holdings in, for example, the East India Company, which gets really interesting because now you have groups of Jews that are splintering off not on the basis of belief, but on the basis of politics and like ethical judgments that are deemed by certain people to be against the interest of the group under these conditions, or vice versa in some cases. So it's really complicated and it's really interesting. I actually want to look up some books on that now because it's actually genuinely really fascinating. And the crucial point is like, there's nothing wrong with any of that. It's not. They aren't. It's specifically pointing out like these are disputes among Jews. This is not like an anti-Jewish thing, and it's really crucial that Marx himself is from a Jewish background. Like that's so it's like, well, people wonder like, well, why is Marx having these positions or airing it in these language in these terms? And there's different reasons for it. Part of it is because the ambience of Germany of Prussia is actually anti-Semitic, but the other part of it is also because there are complicated economic relations taking place that make people part of orient themselves with respect to the religious community for reasons besides belief. It's very interesting. What am I yapping about? I'm Marx and Spinoza, unrelated stuff.
Marx and Spinoza. And after you finish this,
Yeah.
because you went through the ethics, it's worth diving a bit into, I think, Expressionism, which is his other book, Deleuze's other book on Spinoza, is stunning. And I didn't get it the first time I read it. I found it very dense. But after actually properly reading ethics and then properly going through practical philosophy, it was not only more digestible, I actually found it to be deeply enlightening. So highly suggest after that.
Yeah, 2 books on
And then
Spinoza.
then I got more.
Yeah, both by Deleuze. Actually, I'm curious. While I still have you very quickly, do you have any Spinoza experts in the QC?
We have many different types of experts.
Do you have some that could recommend good biographies that give a good understanding of the material history of his time?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I recommend Blessed Spinoza, which is a more, it's an interesting take because it's written by a religious man who's like really trying to push that side. But if you're aware of that, which you will be while reading it, he doesn't hide it. His actual historicity is extraordinary. Like he did a very good job with it. I'll annoy if you jump into the text request in the QC discord.gg/ggqc, you can ask and people will give you won't even be able to handle how many literal PDFs people will throw at you.
Sweet. All right. Well, thank you very much. Take it easy. We'll do the Dune thing soon.
No, we won't.
Yeah, we will. I was sick today. You said I should cover this.
I know.
And then we talked about philosophy of science for 3 hours.
Well, that was cool though.
It was better than this thing. This is awful. But we have to listen to Not So Erudite talk about feeling cherished now, so away with you.
I still got to tell you, the visa thing is...
The visa thing is wild because it's like,
like I have not been, I honestly could care less about any of these people. And like, I don't, it's not like, you know me, I haven't even taken a side on
imagine, okay, look, we can get...
Visa thing.
Yes.
I've worked with visas. I've had to deal with it as an employer. I've had to deal with that as a friend. I've had to deal with that in so many ways from people from other countries, and 0 people have had the experience she's had, which she bitched about in a billion ways is like the worst thing ever. And all I can think is like, you have no fucking idea.
Just imagine
you had
just imagine, just to illustrate this, imagine a Mexican immigrant who went to the lawyer's office for their hearing, for their interview, with no papers.
I just
it's like and I didn't catch this. I was watching Queeman cover it earlier, and I didn't catch this the first time we watched it because she called Canada Post because she needed her passport, which for some reason she waited an ungodly amount of time to get. Needed her passport, but Canada Post is striking. So she called the union. So what the fuck is the union going to do? They're striking. They're not going to break the strike because a white woman needs to podcast with a sex pest. But she actually, she said whatever she needed. She lied. It's like, oh, I've got a baby I need to take care of and stuff like that. It's like,
what?
Oh, yeah. Like she was just flat out lying. She was just flat out lying over the phone and bitching about how I don't believe in public sector unions because these union people, they were dicks to me when I was complaining about them not ending their strike to improve their lives and those of their families, because I want to defect from my country to go to another one to podcast with somebody else, because I didn't bother. I was too lazy to learn the rules of that country. Like it's like,
and again, On that note, like, she's political podcaster. That's the thing she does.
She's not a political
Remember,
podcaster.
like,
No, that's the thing she says she does. This is why I was
I
talking
don't give
earlier
a fuck.
about.
She worked with PV. Like, when you sit here and you work with a fucking political organization and you're actually affecting American politics and you ostensibly
crazy,
claim to be
right?
wherever you are politically, and you don't, you somehow are surprised that the immigration system in America is
It's
difficult
slow.
or has problems.
Difficult and slow, yeah. It's like
that thing alone is insanely upsetting. But when you double it up and there are questions like, you guys have a postal service, right? And it's like, oh God, like, why? Like, I
guess what?
always
They not only
say,
have a postal
you
service.
don't have to talk about
They not only have a
everything.
postal service, they also handle their passports.
You don't have to talk about everything. Everyone's allowed to go.
Hang on, I spilled Scrumpy all over my
desk.
desk. I'll be 1 sec. Keep talking.
You get to say, hey, actually, I don't know a lot about that, and I don't know. Tell me about it. I don't know things, and that's fine. You're allowed to do that, and that, but like, it's to then make it personal, to ostensibly be someone who is socially and politically minded, and to make the video a bitch fest and complaint fest about yourself and your own experience, and to not use it as, and you could, and then use it as a launching pad for, this is why Americans' immigration needs to be reformed. I'm going to begin talking about this. We're going to actually get to the bottom of this. I'm going to do a political thing and I'm going to care. But no, it's just, no, fucking people sucked. I didn't like any of it. It's slow. And it's like, and E2 visas.
Except my Indian cab driver, he was cool.
In E2 visas, and now I'm not a fan of America's immigration system. I believe in fully open, but
Yes,
the
me too.
idea that she qualified for an E2, I find personally offensive with the number of people I know who have actively been turned down for better
People who
than
are
that.
useful. Like, people who are
People
genuinely
who
trying to
actually
get
are
into
trying-
work. People with training, like
Not
engineers,
even that.
doctors,
No.
etc.
Not even that. People who want to actually open a business here that will actually, E2s are supposed to be, hey, you're going to build a business that will support the American economy in some capacity.
No,
It
she's
doesn't
gonna
have to be huge. It can be
she's gonna
small.
sit
You
next
can
to
do
Destiny.
a restaurant. E2s can be restaurants. They don't have to be anything extensive. There's different visas for sort of larger business things, but E2s are about, yes, my business will impact positively the American economy. That's literally why we have them. And to use it as this weird way to get in and to get you and your husband work visas easily with zero effort, I just find so gross.
And once again, it's like her contribution to the American economy is she's going to sit next to somebody else who's bringing in all the dough. Like, she literally adds nothing. And it's wild to see someone whose existence is as an economic parasite going, yeah, I'm against public sector workers because they didn't stop their strike to give me special treatment because a white woman needs to podcast in Florida. Like, fuck you.
But you can do remotely.
Which you can do. There's literally no reason for any of this. Like,
none at all.
Why are you emigrating somewhere with fewer protections where you have, like, for no career prospects that I can foresee? I think she's doing like menial labor somewhere, so you can not be paid for by this person who's obviously not shelling out cash for you because you were sleeping in your car to get there. Like, it's just it's dumb. These people are like living in a teenage fantasy and they're going into their 30s. Anyways, I need to move on. Go away.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, what's up? Anon. You're muted. What's up? Speak. Speak, man, speak. You are live. Okay, how long have you been in the server? Let's turn off stream mode so I can see. Came into the server today. All right, you were banned. Nixon number 2. Hey, what's up? Hello? You're live again.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, so that was my second account. I need that. Can you unban him?
No. What can I do for you?
Well, there's a technical issue. If you could, that would be nice.
What's the technical issue? I'm speaking to you right now.
Yeah, but it's difficult for me. So if you could just,
Well, I can't. So,
yeah, I need
do
to.
you have anything on your mind?
I need to account. Yeah, I called in to debate you on Ukraine.
What about this stream up till this point has suggested to you that the topic of discussion is Ukraine?
Well, I spoke to one of your mods in chat, and they told me to call in.
Come back another day, okay? Have a good night. Moving on.
Loves it because it's part of who I am, and it's part of what has formed me to be where I am at today. Pros and cons that come with that. And so I want content that I feel proud of. So if it's not who I am, and it's not my opinions, because most of the opinions that I say publicly, I will always hold. Like, there is no opinion that I've ever said publicly that I privately wouldn't completely defend. I'm completely comfortable with everyone knowing that. That's probably the part of me that I've always been more comfortable is I almost probably, in a harmful way, love shocking people with my opinion. I love surprising them. Whatever they think I'm going to be, I love shocking them that I'm not just that. And so owning my opinion, I think, is something I'm really comfortable to do. I really don't think I'm a grifter. I don't feel embarrassed because of my opinions. I don't feel embarrassed about my lack of being uninformed. I think there are times where I could be more epistemically humble.
Wait, what?
That. And so owning my opinion, I think, is something I'm really comfortable to do. I really don't think I'm a grifter. I don't feel embarrassed because of my opinions. I don't feel embarrassed about my lack of being uninformed.
She doesn't feel embarrassed about her lack of being uninformed.
I think there are times where I could be more epistemically humble, and that's always an error. But by and large, I think I do a pretty good job of accounting for where my bias is, where my lack of expertise is, and speculating the best I can on what I know.
Well, then why do you have to lie about your credentials? Why do you have to say that you have a master's degree when you don't? Why do you have to argue that your degree is the equivalent of a master's degree when you're called out for that? Why do you have to say that you have a professional designation that you actually are not legally able to have in the country in which you got your credentials? Like, why are you making up all of this shit then? What's the point? Why are you posturing as an expert in fields that you have no expertise in? What is the point then?
And walking people through my thinking strategies.
My humility heuristics are incredible, exactly.
And trying to self-correct as much as possible. That doesn't mean I'm perfect, and that definitely doesn't mean that you will agree with everything that I say, but I think I'm a decently honest thinker.
Would I lie?
And I aim for a pretty high level of epistemic humility in that the reality is I could be wrong about most things.
In the previous video we watched, she was talking about how when you're debating online, unless you are 100% wrong about a thing, you should not be conceding it. You should be arguing to defend it, okay? Even if you don't believe it. Even if you don't know it's true. So, yeah.
But if I've come to a pretty strong conclusion, there's usually a good reason for it. Not always. Sometimes I'm just being a dumbass. But I'm usually pretty good at being like, I mean, yeah, I was kind of a dumbass.
Yeah, that has not been the pattern.
Yes, then. So then the next question is, then why? What am I embarrassed about? And,
your husband.
And I think the answer has
It's your husband. You talked about it on whatever podcast. He stays at home. He doesn't do any work. He just does his like lackadaisical personal training gig, and he doesn't make a lot of money, and you feel embarrassed about that. That's what it is.
I am dissatisfied with the quality of my output because I know that I can do better.
No, see, that's one of those things you don't know. That'd be intellectual humility. You don't know you can do better. I don't know you can do better.
Not understood enough about streaming. I don't even know if that's true. It's not about understood. I have a really weird career in streaming. And just so it's clear, caveat.
You don't have a career in streaming is the main thing.
Caveat. This is going to be the moment where the skinny girl complains about getting bullied for being skinny. It's going to have that aesthetic. And I'm aware how cringe this will sound. And I'm also, to be clear, I'm not complaining because nobody cares about the skinny bitch being like, oh, it's so hard not putting on weight. Everyone's like, eat a burger, bitch. Nobody cares.
Not that I endorse any of these things. I think Kyle is a perfectly fine-looking person. That has not been the angle of attack. So I'm not sure why she's saying that, except to do sort of a Brianna Wu thing.
Shut up. Shut up. I literally look at chocolate and I gain weight. Shut the fuck up. So it's going to be one of those moments. And I apologize, but I am by no means saying I'm in like a bad way. A lot of people who end up in social media and in YouTube do so in large part because they want to. It's something that they've often dreamed of or desired or enjoyed. They often consume.
No, I'm pretty sure it's because it's easy money. It's easy money. It's not tied to to shift work. You have a luxury. You have the luxury of choosing when you work and how. And even if you do have to grind to make money, you can choose not to, right? You can choose. You can basically put in as much as you want to. It's not easy, but it is desirable. That freedom makes it worth a lot. Like, just to be clear, I do work really hard. Not on stream. I am spending my entire day reading. My sleep schedule's fucked. It is very difficult. I do a lot of work to try and be somewhat useful, but it's a luxury. It's preferable to a more lackadaisical job that I still have to go to according to someone else's schedule, because that's wasted time for me. Does that make sense? So this is a vastly preferable job on its own, even if, like me, being on stage is terrifying and you hate it. There's a reason why I spent my first year with an avatar and not going with my face. I was very awkward for a very long time with my face, and I still am sometimes, because it's freaking terrifying and stressful. I don't actually like being on screen, but there are advantages to it. I can gesticulate, and I can emote, and I can do all that kind of thing, which means I, with my respiratory sensitivities, don't have to talk constantly. I've gotten better at doing so. I talk a lot now, but it was not a matter of like, I dream of doing this. It was a matter of, I can do this and make money, and this frees myself up to do other things that I want to do. It is preferable. It is preferable, even if it's really hard.
A lot of content on their own. They either watch streams a lot already, or they watch YouTube comment. So it's something that they think about a lot. They pursue it. And when they start doing well, it's like the most exciting thing ever, because it's like the dream coming true. And I'm in this really weird situation where I fully recognize, even at my small size, I am already a lot of people's dream come true for content creation. And I'm infinitely, insanely blessed for that. To be clear, I'm not anything but grateful and humbled.
And I see strikes me as legit psycho. I don't think Kyla's a psycho. I think Kyla is a deeply immature person who has very little practical experience with anything and is desperately trying to make grifting off of somebody else's reputation work for her, because it's all she has. And to that extent, I feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for her once she starts lying and being just awful to other people, but to that extent, I feel bad for her.
To be anywhere where
What the fuck was that demonic laugh?
But grateful and humbled. To be anywhere where I am. It's incredible. But it's particularly odd for me because it's not something I ever thought or dreamt of before I got into social media with the mental health program, for example, which I got into social media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible.
Well, specifically you got in because your organization saw an opportunity to make a bunch of money off of a contest for a product that you never delivered on, despite the fact that you pitched it and so on and so forth. I think they made a handful of episodes and then just dropped it. She claimed, I think 2 years ago, that, oh, and all those episodes finally, by the way, they're all going up now. Never happened. Just saying. So far, Kyla's contribution to the country she's defecting from, that she's insulted the people of, that she's argued against the existence of public labor unions for, has been to take thousands of dollars in a crisis and do fuck all with it. So, yeah.
Which to this day, they have not released. And I've asked them a million times. I've been like,
Oh yeah, sorry, it's their fault. It's their fault. You've asked them, like, okay.
media for a goal, which was to try to disseminate these prevention programs as much as possible, which to this day, they have not released. And I've asked them a million times.
It doesn't matter if they're released now. They were supposed to be released during COVID. That was their function. They were a response to COVID. They were part of a government initiative to help people during lockdown. It doesn't matter anymore. It's too late. They're out of date.
I've been like, I have a platform. I will just release it for free. Please.
Maybe that's why they're not releasing them. Maybe they don't want to be associated with you. Potentially. I don't know.
For the love of God, you took taxpayer money. You have to release this. And they like will not.
She says they took taxpayer money like it wasn't her proposal and it wasn't her baby and she wasn't going around promoting it. It's wild. Every single one of these videos has been the tale of Kyla's woe of how it's everyone else's fault that the world is not bending over backwards to serve her like royalty. It's kind of incredible.
I offered them a fundraiser on my channel to raise the rest of the money needed that they felt to like get the videos out, whatever staffing they needed, and they just won't even do a fundraiser with me, probably because they've heard my opinions on like fundamentalism, because the Christian center I worked at, it's definitely more fundamentalist than I am.
Yeah, you've been a grifter for a while, because I guarantee you she pretended to be more fundamentalist than she is to get the job. It's just chameleon behavior.
So anyways,
although they would be interested now, I imagine. They would be interested now to know that she's bad-mouthing them. This is not an outcome I actually had expected. That's kind of interesting. So, the company is the center is Adiera. It's an addiction recovery center. It's this one. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Because she's been criticized for her background being in essentially faith healing. She got her addictions counseling license or whatever it's called, because they were rolled out just when she was working there, using her experience at Adiera, which she's claiming is a fundamentalist organization now. So there's one of two possibilities. Either she's trying to whitewash the fact that she was a fundamentalist, or she wasn't a fundamentalist, and she lied about being one in order to get a job that she actually wasn't suited for, in order to sell people false information based on a religion she didn't believe in, or based on things she didn't believe in order to get work experience in addictions counseling, which is fucked. I am very curious to know what they think about this, and I may send it to them. I am curious. That would be interesting.
This might never see the light of day, which is tragic, because they're actually really good. I worked really fucking hard on them. So anyways, I got into social media because I had to make this treatment paradigm I had made, prevention paradigm that I'd made, get spread as much as possible. I didn't get into social media because I liked it. Before mental help, I had a Facebook that I barely checked. I used Messenger for like my friends and hangouts. I had an Instagram that I sometimes posted on. And to be honest, my most active social media... One second, Sulak. You've gotten to the part of the video where I give you the cringe call to action. So if you've gotten this far in the video, post the word Sasquatch. Just find a way to leave a comment that the word Sasquatch is included. That way we all know. I know and you know, okay? And if you've made it this far and you enjoy supporting the channel and would like to support it more, there's a bunch of ways. Number one, like and comment and watch videos. Second thing that you can do is
Mr. Girl is an artist. The fuck? Through the lens of gender, I'm the Ice Queen. Men are stupid. Influencer space is crazy. Brittany, Simon, and I are not friends. Working with J-Reg, Mr. Beat. Hanging out with Harley. Jordan Harbinger, Turkey Tom. Ooh. The problems in PB don't matter. Turkey Tom, I'm curious. What does she have to say about this? Because Turkey Tom said he was distancing himself from DGG.
Turkey Tom, the
Turkey
Turkey
Tom.
Tom, Willie Mack, Kelly trio of the election night is maybe my favorite thing, and I ship them, and I want them to live together and make shows together. They're so cute and fun, and they clicked so well with Nick. They were super. They like took Nick out clubbing afterwards. I hung out with Emo, and then I went to bed, and Nick was out like super late. And I was like, we have a flight at like 7 a.m., but you only live once, right? Yeah, I really like all three of them. Turkey is just like this silly little guy. He's so cute. I love him. Oh my goodness. Kelly is
All right, don't care about that. One's a gender. Mr. Girl is an artist. Okay, so I think this is where the
have infinite compassion for to see what we could possibly offer anyone, because we're to streaming because Nick suggests it as a,
okay, here we go.
and just to be clear, shut up.
Okay, I think we want to go here. Okay.
But I can't remember the login to it anymore. So I don't even have access to that. It's Freya Leszewski. If anyone ever hacks it and gets in, let me know. I'd love to have. I don't even have access to that. It's Freya.
Sorry,
To
what's it?
catalog photos of her, as she was like joking when I say my most active social media was Freya's Instagram, because I just wanted a place to catalog photos of her as she was like growing up and aging. But I can't remember the login to it anymore. So I don't even have access to that. It's Freya Leszewski. If anyone ever hacks it and gets in, let me know. I'd love to have. It's probably not that hard. I could probably figure out which email I attached to it, which is probably one of my million emails, but it might be like one of my work emails, which is stupid. So I might not actually have access to it no matter what I do. Anywho, I didn't do social media before. I didn't do photos. The last photos I had really taken before mental health was my wedding photos, like 2 years before. It was just not a thing that I was into. Especially because I had kind of that like academic sense of superiority where it's like, oh, I don't take photos. I'm not vain. And just to be clear, shut up, former Kyla, okay? Nobody wants to hear that. You're not better. You're just cringe. You're just a killjoy for no reason. Okay, anyways.
True. Sunday, is your brain atrophying when you watch this? I'm nursing this scrumpy while I'm watching it, so it's kind of making it better.
So I get into streaming because Nick suggests it as a way to basically make money between about February, when mental health was ending. It ended up winding up in April, and my master's program that was starting in September. I didn't really want to get a job in between April and September because any job that I could get was a professional job. And I'd either have to lie to them about how long I'd be, or I'd have to be like, yeah, I can only be here for 4 months. And nobody wants to hire like an addictions counselor for 4 months. Like, that's just, nobody wants that. So I was like, shit, but we really need money. I don't really want to just do nothing for the next 4 months. And we need money. Nick was like, why don't you try streaming as a side project, as a side hustle, and see where it takes you. And then day 3, I talked to Destiny, and honestly, my career is kind of made. There was like no reason not to just keep going. Like 200 viewers within 3 days is insane.
Well, it's not though. It's not though when you specifically portray as a female sucking up to Destiny on stream and he gives you special privileges. Like that's not exciting. It's like with J-Stock's viewership. Like that by itself is not impressive because it would be at that number regardless of who did it, provided they did the hours. Because all you need is just to have permission to be the after show, to have your show plugged in particular channels, to have particular people visit you, to have people directed to you, etc., etc. That's normal.
Let's keep going. And Nick had a lot of really good kind of.
By the way, just to be clear, it wasn't just Nick didn't just suggest she start streaming. Nick suggested she network with Destiny. because she had a YouTube channel before this. So it wasn't streaming, it was connecting with Destiny.
Business ideas to start us off. And then I also just got really blessed with people willing to help me. You know, my first editor, Contrast, basically we had a deal where he would take 100% rev until we hit a certain amount. And the reality is, like, he just believed in the vision, and blessed us with his work. And I think we bought a cup, I think maybe just one, but anyways, we were blessed with people willing to like believe in us and work with us. But then I think Nick also had really smart business ideas of like, look, we can't really pay you much as an editor, but you can have 100% of the rev from this channel for now. Like, we don't need any of it. Take it all. Which I think was probably the best deal we could possibly offer anyone, because we weren't really making an income. So I basically won the lottery when it comes to social media. But the problem is that unlike most social media...
But you didn't win the lottery. Like, it's actually very simple. This has happened many times over. You're a conventionally attractive woman who went on stream with Destiny and sucked up. And that's it. That's it. I'm sorry. That's it.
Readers, even at my size, most people at my size have kind of struggled to get there. And so they've gone through like the small streamer era where they're figuring out their niches and their audience and what they believe in. I didn't really get that. I had to kind of like make it on the fly. And number two, I've never had this like burning passion or interest for content creation. I think it's interesting and cool, but it wasn't something that I was pursuing. The reason I opted to pursue it is because I realized it was like a once in a lifetime opportunity. I was aware that I had won the lottery, and I was like, man, if I could get into grad school once, I can get into it again. When am I ever going to have the opportunity to potentially like make the revenue connections, network, most importantly, when
you can't schedule worth a damn, when you're too lazy to actually keep an agenda and to pay attention to people's travel times and expenditures and so on and so forth. Like,
career could potentially give me. And if I want to start a treatment center, me having funders, funds, and a network is going to be significantly more valuable than me just having a PhD, because I can hire somebody with a PhD. It is really hard to find.
Let's hear that again. I'm sorry.
Me having funders, funds, and a network is going to be significantly more valuable than me just having a PhD, because
But you're not going to have a network, Kyla. Steven has a network. You don't have anything. You don't have anything. The co-owner of your podcast, just to be clear, the person you rely on being present to have a podcast, because nobody gives a shit about you, is so uninvested that you were living in a termite house when you moved over. You had nobody competent paying attention to what you would need to do in order to legally emigrate, and you were sleeping in a car because that's what you were put up for. This is a business venture that you were both a part of, and he didn't care. This has no longevity. You having a PhD would mean that you are hireable. It would also mean that you have authority if you, for example, wanted to be a public figure and weigh in on public matters as somebody with your own platform, but you don't have your own platform. You have Destiny's platform. Know your place. You are not somebody who produces anything. You are somebody who is kept around because you're a good minion. But you're not even a good minion. Everybody complains about your shoddy work because you're bad at it. This is her laundering her credentials and reputation to justify her U.S. citizenship in a tax haven. I disagree, because if that was the case, then she wouldn't be admitting that she was staying illegally in the United States before this. Like, the decisions she has made in these videos are very, very, very dumb. Very dumb. Very dumb indeed, if that was the angle.
Can hire somebody with a PhD. It is really hard to find people with the network who will believe in your vision for a treatment center and put their money behind you. And so
you're not getting money for a treatment center. And if you, God forbid, ever were in a position to start a treatment center and anybody realized it was you, it would be the end of you. you are not the kind of person who should be handling children in need of treatment.
I realized that I could be that person, basically, and probably through my connections, maybe find other funders as well.
Yeah, so your entire business plan is, hey, get Destiny to like me, and then use Destiny's clout to connect with other people. And hey, I'm kind of cool too. Maybe we could hang out. No, okay, fine. We'll try again. That's it. This is a nightmare. You're being used. You're being used as cheap, disposable labor, Kyla. Hate to break it to you. Sunday, can you let me on for a second? I have something to say. Sure. Hello. Oh, wait. I'm not in yet. Oh, I am. You're muted, by the way, Cal. Hey, what's up?
This is for the chat.
Okay.
Y'all need to stop being fucking freaks for
Are
a
they
second.
being freaks?
Stop talking about our body.
Okay,
Stop
hang
talking
on.
about our
Wait, Cal, chill for a sec. Your audio's going in and out. What is chat doing? I'll say it.
They keep talking about Kyla's sex life and her body.
All right,
and the way
guys,
she
here's the deal.
dresses.
Okay? I don't like Kyla. I don't like what she does. I don't like who she associates with. I don't like what she does with the people she associates with. I don't want to hear anything in the chat talking about anything she does with anything below her neck. Anybody who does will get timed out till tomorrow. If you do so explicitly enough, I give Cal authorization to ban you. And then you can pay me to come back in tomorrow, okay? That's how it's going to go. Cal, you good with that? This means Cal has a financial incentive, because I pay her, to ban people who do not comply. Satisfied?
Wonderful. That is all.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yep.
And so that's why I've been pursuing social media. It's for this tertiary, social media is like a tertiary means by which I am pursuing the treatment center, which I've been pursuing since I was 19. If you're not aware, I've always wanted to start a treatment center for high-risk youth, kind of specializing in young boys leaving juvenile delinquency, ideally. That's just the group that I seem to have infinite compassion for, despite them being little bratty boys, little naughty, very mean, very not good. And by naughty boys, I mean like kicking and racial slurs and making major threats and being violent sometimes. I don't know what it is about this group, but I would argue it's God, just like put kind of infinite compassion in me for this group. Always have worked with them for years. Never burnt out, which the burnout rate with this population especially is really high. So that's why I'm streaming. But the issue is, what am I streaming? Because I think it takes a certain type of personality to sit in front of a camera, as I am doing now for the last 20 minutes, and say, people want to hear what I have to say, especially, I don't have like super high degrees. So I'm not like an expert in anything. I'm not super talented and lighting or creativity. Like I'm not a Mr. Girl when it comes to like creative video play and whatnot. And video play sounds sexual. Mr. Girl is just talented at like the whole production suite.
I'm not your expert. I just fucking am not.
He just gets this vision and he delivers it so well.
You know what? You know what? I take this as growth. This is good. I like this. This is more, okay? Okay, more of this kind of grifter. This is I'm okay with this kind of grifter more than the previous kind. This is better. Okay, I'm happy with this.
Piece of shit, because oh my god, he's so talented. That's crazy. But that ain't me, sis. Like I know that ain't me, and I think I'm like kind of interesting. I think I've got a pretty good head on my shoulders.
Here, let's. I'm gonna show you how far we've come. Okay, just so you know, there's a reason why she's saying this. Okay. This is a classic. This is vintage. Let's see. I'll find it in my own video, okay? Here we go. Oh my god, this is a dark time. This was a dark time. was only a year ago. Damn, it's crazy how far we've come. Included at the end there? No, I think it was, hang on. I'd find my own videos. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, here we are. Oh, this is a classic. Okay, some of you haven't seen this, I'm sure. You don't understand the treat I'm about to you're about to experience. Here we go.
Kyla.
Okay.
What's
When
up,
it comes to the
Kyla?
topics,
Oh wait, I've been
dark
waiting.
triad.
Guys, quiet.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, good night,
When
everybody.
it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy,
Wait,
of
I think
psychopathy,
it's-
shut the fuck up, Ashley. Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Oh
Chill,
my!
bro.
Oh my
Can
goodness!
you chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got
She's
muted,
yelling.
guys,
Hold up,
everybody.
Unmute Kyla.
Thanks to
let me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert. Okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
She has the vocabulary of like a high school student, by the way. It's kind of incredible. It's actually remarkable how long she's been doing this and how like gruggish her speech is.
I'm not that interesting. Like,
No, you're not.
I'm just not that interesting.
You're really
have
not.
Have you met Adam Mockler? You probably haven't. He's
Who?
like blowing up right now. He's like a Gen Zer who debates people at he debates people at Trump rallies. And you could sit Adam down and he'll have like 9 different ideas for content. Like he's just got a feel for good content. It's incredible. And like that also ain't me, sis. Like people are like, what would be good content? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't even watch content. So I don't know. I watch it more now, obviously, because it's part of my job. But that ain't me. So it's like, what exactly do I bring to the table here? Is it literally just my niche of being like attractive, decently educated woman who's not a leftist or a conservative bunny, but just kind of some like slightly edge posting liberal, which there's just not a ton of women.
Ugh. Ugh. God. I don't think I've cringed more violently in my life. Holy fuck.
Women in the space. Like, is that what I have to offer? And then I realized, no, there's one thing that's really, really, really special in my life
Cancer.
that I think is really unique. And it is relationship. I think I have had incredible struggles in relationship.
Yeah, because your stay-at-home husband relies on you sucking up to another guy in order to make the house payments. That I would struggle with that too. That's not a good situation, my dear. That's a very bad situation indeed.
A lot of people wouldn't be aware of it, but when I was 19, I was so dissociated that I had very few friends. I had friends.
She had very few friends. She was different. She liked video games and anime, unlike the cool girls.
But the problem is that I was never close to them in the way that I'm close to so many of my friends now. Even the friends that I've had since that era, I'm way closer to them now. I was just
Yeah, that's the rumor.
very disconnected. I didn't even know that joy made your heart squeeze. I thought that was like a heart problem. So
You might have a heart problem. You might have a heart problem. Just so you know, joy doesn't make your heart squeeze. That is an alien experience to me. I'm generally happy. I have joyful experiences. My heart does not squeeze. That is strange.
Relationship is an area that I think I have a unique...
That might be either the Ozempic or the Vyvanse or whatever you're using to deal with the crippling constant attention that being Destiny's secretary requires. You should see a doctor, and you should make sure that there's not something going on, because joy should not be causing heart palpitations. Certainly not joy about YouTube.
Ability to speak about, because I come from a pretty broken family. My closest family, I love them all, but we're messed up. We're really, really messed up. My like inner family with like my parents and my brother, it's tough. And my parents and my brother, they're all really good people. Because of how fucked up we are, it is incredible that we even talk. But we do, because there's this like good family-oriented love of still wanting to support each other despite all of the difficulties that we have. And I think that's really special.
Was one of the difficulties divorce? Because I'm not entirely sure what the basis for saying it's a broken family is.
But it also has led to a lot of problems relationally, because I have certain weird chips on my shoulder and issues and trust problems that I had originally that come from my family, because my family is just messed up. Again, no fault of my parents in alone. Well, it is the fault of my parents, and it's the fault of their parents and their parents' parents, right? It's like this intergenerational trauma thing. My parents had an excessively traumatizing childhood. And now I'm in a 7-year relationship, a 6-year marriage that is
not going to be in the double digits. I put money on it.
I know it sounds like I'm just, of course I'm saying this, and you can never trust. I cannot imagine having a happier marriage. Our relationship is so good. Like and I'm so blessed. And it really isn't me. It's Nick. Nick is so amazing. He's so amazing. And
why'd you go onto whatever podcast and talk about how you struggled because he's a layabout and wouldn't do any work? You had to come to peace with the fact that he's never going to make anything of himself. Why would you do that?
So wise and respect worthy, and we trust each other so much. And
of course you trust each other. You're both skinwalking destiny.
I have these rich, deep friendships that have formed around me.
I have friendships with rich people
that have been healing for Nick and even now. And so I think relationship and fighting for the people that
they weren't healing for the people whose sex tapes were released,
we love, is something that I'm really uniquely able to speak about, because of the relationships that I have that are deep and meaningful. I've fought really hard for all of them, because when you love somebody, that's what love is.
In the plural, not talking about her husband.
Is like taking the things that they don't want to give you and you don't want to receive and saying, this isn't fair, and I'll love you through it anyways, because...
Is that your relationship with Destiny? That would make sense.
I think you're worth it. I really do think you're worth it.
He's really not, and your tape's going to go out someday. It is the way it is. So don't let there be one if there isn't one already. For the love of God, Kyle, I say this as a kindness. Do not let there be one. Do not let that ever happen. I'm not speculating. I'm just saying, do not be one of those people, okay? Wasn't fair what happened to them, but it'll happen to more people, because that's how he is. Do not do that.
Worth it.
I doubt there's a tape. I would actually, I'll say this much. I think Kyle is one of the few people who probably wouldn't have a tape. I'm probably going to be wrong. Just saying. I don't even want to speculate on this. I'm just saying.
And I picked you, and there's a reason that I
did.
did.
You do the math. None of it makes sense otherwise.
And I want to be making content.
Literally everybody else seems to have one. I'm just filling in the blanks here.
That taps into that. So the lenses that I've picked is gender/relationship. I think I do a lot of musings on gender. I don't think I'm an expert on it, but because I think about it a lot, I think I have pretty novel, interesting things to say about it. I know this sounds really like,
You have nothing novel to say on anything. You don't know anything. You're incurious about the world. You don't read things. You don't talk to interesting people and listen to them. Your entire existence is desperately trying to make a name for yourself in a space that punishes nuance and rewards noise. This is not the angle for you. People will be bored by it. Know your lane. You've carved out a niche for yourself. You can make money doing the bridges thing. Just stick with that. Stick with that. That is the best there is in life for you. Stick with that. Do not let there be a tape of you. It will ruin your life. Or at the very least, it will be used to hurt you for an extended period of time. And just stay the course. That is the best that you can hope for. Because you getting ambitious at this juncture, that is doom. That is the end for you. Don't go that way.
oh, I'm so amazing. I don't mean that. I don't hear anybody else with quite the perspective that I have, because I'm a very kind of socially masculine woman who is very femme in presentation and has lots of female friendships, but also struggles a lot with a lot of feminine elements to socialization. And so I can really understand kind of the masculine social area. Nick is able to give me a lot of insight into men's masculine socialization, but also
But you shame him for not meeting it on the regular. Why would you do that if you're impressed by why?
I've just have this kind of unique perspective of like a
Her eyeliner is very interesting. Why was that post blocked? Okay, that's probably fine. I don't understand it. That's probably fine. I wouldn't be too oversensitive, guys.
female to female relationships.
That's above the neck. Okay, below the neck. We're concerned about above the neck, whatever.
Where,
Eyeliner's allowed to be interesting. Her eyeliner is interesting.
you know, you have to code switch into more of a
Okay, it's not interesting, but it's whatever. Moving on.
feminine style of communicating when you talk with really feminine people, and that's been a really big struggle for me, and I've thought about it. I'm wondering, but essentially I'm saying I think gender and relationships is something I really can speak to in a way that is like novel, unique, and helpful, and I enjoy it. I enjoy thinking about it, and I think it's also a unique area where no matter what, I tend to remain pretty epistemically humble for the most part. Politics is fun, but I think sometimes because of the team
Politics is really fucking boring, and I hate it. I hate it. It's not interesting, and it doesn't have any energy. And the only people like debating it are losers who are trying to either ape Rob Noor or Destiny or Vosh. And I do not, and I cannot, and I will not. It is so fucking boring. Political theory can be interesting. Politics, not interesting at all. Go vote. That's it. Boom.
sports element that it has, and I have such a competitive bone that if I'm gonna fall into thinking fallacies, I think the worst thing that I will do, I'm not saying every one of my political positions is bad, I'm saying if I'm gonna do bad think about any one kind of global topic, it's probably gonna be a political topic.
Is she legit saying her only novel expertise is she is a woman who has relationships, so she can talk about that? I didn't think about it that way, but kinda, yeah.
And to be fair, that's probably true of most people. I'm not gonna lie. People do not think very clearly, and I don't think I think perfectly clearly about politics either. I definitely have biases. There's definitely things that probably in 5 years I'll be like, yeah, I was super wrong about. So the first lens that I want to focus on is gender. And I
Why?
want to do so because thinking about gender and learning about relationships has enriched my life more than almost anything else.
No, I'm pretty sure co-hosting a podcast with Destiny has enriched your life more than anything else. I don't think you have such a deep philosophical interest in gender.
And I want to be able to give back, I suppose, because I don't feel like I've done this on my own. You know, my first friend, Tia.
Okay, I'll bite. Read Judith Butler's Gender Trouble and comment on it. Actually read it. It's short. It's not that hard. Okay? Then we'll see. We'll see.
Basically saved my life. I was really suicidal when I met her. And she just loved me. And I was so fucked up when I met her. Like, Nick doesn't even know who I used to be. Like, he doesn't even know how fucked up.
You know what the wonderful thing is about eyeliner, though? You can tell when the tears are fake.
He doesn't even know who I used to be. He doesn't know how fucked up I could be, okay? She saved my life she called me every single day for months so that I wouldn't kill myself. And she just loved me through it as I was like having realizations, being like, I think my dad was like kind of abusive.
Notice how she says nothing about going to therapy. Yeah.
Growing up. And she was like, fucking obviously, right? But she let me get there because, God, she was such a good friend. Being a good friend, there's this thing I notice every time I see somebody going through dark and hard times and their friends are coming around to support them, I'm like, yay, but also, oh my God, please be wise. I am so blessed that I had Tia because she was so wise, because she understood trauma and self-growth enough to know and to respect me and love me enough to give me the space to experience it on my own. And so often what happens, especially in girl groups, but boys do this too, somebody will be like, really struggling and low, and their friends come around them to support them, but then their friends also project and inject what they think is narratively true about that individual, and they don't give them the breathing space to figure it out for themselves. And there's nothing that I love more about Tia than she let me name my own trauma. It is my pet peeve, especially this is way more common in girl circles, where girls will name
Really, you're a self-ID person, huh?
each other's trauma before the girl who's been traumatized gets to. You don't get to tell your girlfriend, no, you were being abused. She gets to decide that. And she gets to decide that when she would like to decide that. She might also decide that she wasn't being abused, and that's okay. You don't get to define the narrative for her. And it's like, ooh, it grates me.
But I mean, sometimes people are being abused and they are in denial about it, in which case you kind of do need to, otherwise you're not going to advise them to seek help or treatment or the authorities in some cases in response to it. This is terrible advice.
It is so toxic, femme.
Like, as if to illustrate, Anne Voir said that she wasn't abused. Well, after a year of crying on stream because Destiny was sexting her and calling her a princess in the background, while publicly he was saying, no, this person's a liar and a stalker and crazy. But when Mr. Girl's article came out, he managed to connive to get a set of DMs between him and Anne Voir saying, oh, yeah, isn't this crazy what Mr. Girl was talking about? Yeah, no, it's bullshit. I told him not to. I don't believe in any of this. Something like that. Paraphrasing. But the abuser managed to get a statement by the abused saying that, oh, everything's fine. And people not being willing to name it as abuse because of some kind of epistemic authority on the part of the person whose mind is being fucked. Why on earth would you privilege that? It's baffling to me. Yeah. Smith Black, thank you for the $5. Do Nick and Erudite even talk to each other about their lives? Is this just a normie relationship thing theory? I think Nick is just happy to be included. And I think these are people who have not had good parental figures in life and therefore who are very empty. Very empty, very fragile, and very shallow. And they don't know what real friendship is. They don't know what real relationships are. And so when she says that she has like deeper relationships than with anybody she's known before, I 100% believe her on that point. Because I think it's true. I don't think these people have ever had like real relationships with people based on actual trust and actual shared experience. I think it's just, oh, you're supposed to get a boyfriend or girlfriend in high school. You're supposed to get married, da-da-da. And, oh, look, here's people I'm actually working with. I actually have economic entanglements with these people that actually end up in framing how I live my life and what matters to me. Wow, these things matter so much. We have conversations about common projects and whatnot. Wow, I didn't realize that was possible. Even when I got married, I didn't realize that was possible. Like, that's wild. These people are byproducts of a system, and it's sad.
Where we, in this like smothering mother kind of way, try to help our friends by just informing them of a narrative that paints them in the best light possible. When the reality is that part of my self-narrative is that I responded to feeling isolated and rejected and bullied in high school by building this mask of ice where I pretended that I was above it all and didn't care about anything. But because I did that, people rightfully didn't think I cared about them. And it pushed people away and it hurt them. And that was me. That was my stuff. I'm not the cute little victim. I'm not this romanceable, sweet creature in the moment. I'm the ice queen. I'm the bitch. And it's bad. It's wrong of me. It's understandable. It's completely understandable when you put my life into the context of the iciness, but it doesn't make the behavior okay. And I'm so lucky I didn't have friends who yes man me in it.
Why are you talking about this on the internet? Go to a therapist.
Like, oh my God, I'd be so much worse today. And I feel like so often, I think female friendships are the worst at this right now in our era because of like some of the gross, like toxic femininity that's been like, yes man, like crazy in like.
You mean the thing that you've exclusively made the means by which you project any sort of authority on your channel? Like, I'm sorry, I remember talking to you and your immediate recourse was to try to frame me as wanting to fuck you. You're too female for me, no offense. Like, I'm sorry, you've weaponized toxic femininity and misogyny, by the way, almost exclusively throughout your entire online existence. Between that and pretending like you have academic credentials that give you authority in the fields of psychology and mental health, that's basically been all you've done. You need to go to a therapist. You need to take the gains that you've gained. You need to take your resources, and you need to start pooling them into something that will make you financially independent of Destiny's platform, because your days are numbered, Kyla, on that platform. This is not going to last forever. It's not even going to last for very long. When Destiny stops engaging with you, or when he retires, or either or falls from grace, always a possibility, you are going down. I don't wish that for you. You need to find an out. Now is the time. This is the time for the harvest, okay? The winter is coming, and you got to get on that, because this calm ain't gonna last.
Feminism, but we will yes man our girlfriends.
Oh yeah, that exogesis debate. Do you know what exogesis is? She meant exegesis. And she kept trying to frame the guy she was debating as if he was nervous because they were flirting or something. It was very, very weird. Very weird.
To their grave. We will yes man them into a version of themselves that is the least friendable, the least marryable, and the least enjoyable. Because
the role of women is to be marryable, yes?
Don't want them to feel bad for a single second, but self-growth should never be that comfortable. It's fucking tough. It's hard.
It's probably why you don't do it.
Sometimes when you're the victim, you're also at fault, and that's tough. That's really, really tough.
Actually, by definition, because you're the victim, you're not at fault. That's kind of what that means. If you were at fault, you'd be the culprit. Just so you know.
I was the victim of pretty like psychologically mindfucky bullying in high school. And also, I was an asshole. I just was like a religious, prudy asshole. And
okay, well, what it sounds like, no offense, is that you were a bully and you didn't get a good reception. I'm familiar with this, don't worry.
And part of the reason why I was bullied so much was because I was a crazy, prudish, religious asshole. I earned that. It's also shitty of the kids to bully me, you know? Both of these things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, but I don't think... I have a strong suspicion that they didn't spontaneously bully you. It sounds like you have... it's not your fault. It sounds like you were raised to be an asshole. You were an asshole, and stuff didn't work out like you expected it would in your head, and people weren't nice to you afterwards. That's not them bullying you. That's kids reacting to a toxic person in their locality.
And if we don't allow each other, but especially if we don't allow women.
This is very common, by the way, for kids in religious schools. Because here's what happens. You get brought up with a particular set of values. And by values, I mean a particular set of prejudices that have been framed as values. The adults in your life are very condescending and very arrogant, and you don't recognize it as such. You recognize it as them being certain, and they know everything because they're the grown-ups. And so you go to school, and you meet the children of the people that your parents have pointed to you and said they're idiots and bad guys, and you're not nice to them. As a consequence of you not being nice to them, but thinking you're being nice to them because you have a completely broken understanding of how equality and social interactions work, they aren't very nice to you back. And you start to internalize this as them being bad because you were just doing the right thing. A lot of kids in Christian settings are like this. And it's not Kyla's fault. It is a form of child abuse. The parents don't necessarily know better either. They're also victims of the same thing. But it's that strikes me as what's actually going on here. Because the fact that she's talking about her being prudish in the context of public school, that tells me she's making comments about people's modes of dress, and people aren't appreciating that, which is their God-given right.
Because we're so desperate to infantilize them from any discomfort, to walk through and really look at themselves and their past selves and really take account for it.
By the way, personal growth is not the consequence of suffering. You can turn suffering into personal growth. That is a thing that happens sometimes. But generally speaking, when people are injured or harmed, they become worse than they were before. It is what it is. It's not fair. Okay? People who are hurt, people who are deprived, etc., are also hurt and deprived and injured and made less able to do things than they were before. That's what happens. Sometimes people are in a situation where they have the mental tools in order to spin that into a learning experience and are able to use that to build themselves up later. However, generally speaking, personal growth that is a result of trauma, it's not actually personal growth. What it is a complexifying, a making more complex of that trauma and the way it manifests. Your intellectual and personal and spiritual development and so on and so forth is not that of a piece of metal you are smashing and warping. That's not how that works. And generally, people who come out of that thinking they have personal growth are very damaged, very toxic, and very arrogant. But they found themselves in a situation where they can maintain the illusion to themselves of being something strong. When in fact what they actually are is the opposite of strong. They are something weak, something hypersensitive to all of their boundaries for the very reason that their boundaries are very, very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. The biggest show of strength is indifference, not a violent reaction to a stimulus.
Ugly and the pretty parts of it, we are just denying our friends the ability to ever be an adult. We are just dooming our girlfriends to girlhood forever. And when I look at so many women and like the problems that they often have in interpersonal relationships, a lot of it's because men are stupid and nobody socialized them on emotions, and now that they're 25 they just have to fucking figure it out, and they think it's kind of gay too, right? And so there's not
I think you think it's kind of gay too. And I think you think stupid people think it's kind of gay too. And you think stupid people will find it really attractive that you like games and anime, unlike all those normie girls that rejected them. And you appreciate those frail, resentful men. Men aren't stupid. Just so you know. Because here's the consequence of misogyny. It's twofold. The victims are not just women, it's also men. Why? Well, because if men are trained to regard anything soft and flexible, if you will, as being the stuff of femininity, then they are being taught to embrace the conditions of their death. When you are rigid and old and rusted, that's when things break. When you are constrained to only particular kinds of action because you've ossified all other possible movements, that is death. That is moribund. By the same token, if you turn softness into a rigid requirement, you have achieved the exact same thing. In short, the conditions of separating the sexes, quote unquote, into genders, quote unquote, which are in fact the same thing. The idea of breaking down humanity into two parts, which have particular personality ideals or models or whatever, means that both of those are equally rigid, equally stupid, and equally immobile as a result. And it forces us down a particular chain of interactions that leads to a very narrow range of spots. To say men are stupid is to reify that exact thing. You're not breaking it, you're not undermining it, you're not transcending it, you are playing into the exact same game. You are saying that men are fundamentally different than women, and they are fundamentally different than women because of these characteristics, these psychological and personal characteristics, these characteristics that define how they engage with the world, and therefore I can predict how these people will act and how they ought to act and what my interventions are with them and so on and so forth. And insofar as people buy that, they will play out that role. Sorry, the dust on my desk is bothering me so much. I need to do a deep clean of this. It's been a little while. And all this is telling me is that you have zero interest in the subjects of gender and relationships. What you have an interest in is being profitable and successful as a pundit who talks about gender and relationships, because you are banking on the fact that you're a moderately normal-looking woman talking about stuff with a foot cam. Like, lest we forget, just to emphasize how weird all this is, she has a mirror behind her screen so you can see that she's not wearing shoes. It's like, it's weird. It's very weird. Very odd. Moving on.
Not a lot of good male partners. There just isn't. But women are also just increasingly becoming girls. They're just yes-manning each other into toxic...
The red pill people are never going to accept you. They think you're a loser because you are. Move on. Find a niche that you actually have something to offer.
Girl bossing and girlhood, and then wondering why nobody respects them, nobody wants to take them seriously, and nobody wants to like be in a long-term relationship with them. Because you don't marry girls makes you a fucking pedophile.
Excuse me? It's a phebophile.
Not so.
I forgot about this. Let's zoom this in a little bit. We don't care about Malcolm. Malcolm sucks. Malcolm sucks big time. Here we go. Quote. For you other retards thinking this is an, actually, it's a phebophilia, you're even more stupid. Any philia relies on a consistent pattern of preference. What a time to be alive. All right. Guys, reminder. There's a theory meter. This is how it works, for those of you who are new here. If you appreciate what I do and you want to help support the channel, and you want to choose what the next content will be, there are 2 meters at the bottom of the screen. On the left side of the screen, which is actually over there for you, you will see it says $100 to skip to theory. If you want us to skip to a theory segment in which we discuss some theoretical topic or cover a theoretical text or respond to a theory-related video or so on and so forth for an hour to 2 hours, put the word theory into your super chat. If we hit $100 for theory, we skip to theory immediately. Or if you like the present content, God knows why, what's wrong with you, put the word drama into your super chat. If we hit $100 for drama, the theory value goes down by 50%. Indeed, that's how it happens. Excuse me. Now, very quickly. Don't drink fizzy drinks while you're streaming. Okay. I missed some super chats. Caleb the Cynic, thank you for the $2. Have some pocket change. Boon of Tyrants, thank you for the $7.50. Cal's wages. Theory or literally anything else but this. Andorra, thank you for the generous 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And Smith Black, I have already responded to you. So, yeah. Away with you. Alright, let's finish this horrible thing.
Even if they're 30.
Even if they're 30.
Okay. Where was I?
I'm petting my dog, fuck off. Look, you can handle PayPal on your phone with one hand, okay? I don't want to hear excuses.
Second lens. The second thing that I want to focus on that I've thought a lot about is psychology and science. When I've been doing bridges, I've had a lot
You haven't thought about a lot about psychology and science. You certainly have not been thinking a lot about psychology and science in the context of bridges.
of different types of guests. And my absolute favorite guests and conversations is where I get to dabble in the science of whatever. Getting to talk to people about science methodology and statistics, even if it's a science I don't like, the archaeology stuff was amazing.
That was NSC's version of PDF of the Soul. No, unfortunately. She was actually clarifying that somebody wasn't a pedophile. She was defending somebody.
So interesting to be like, so how do archaeologists academically test for this? Where do they control? What are their controlling factors? What are common
Archaeologists, what?
where I get to dabble in the science of whatever. Getting to talk to people about science methodology and statistics, even if it's a science I don't like, the archaeology stuff was
Why don't you like archaeology?
amazing. It's so interesting to be like, so how do archaeologists academically test for this? Where do they
They're archaeologists. What the fuck are you talking about?
control? What are their controlling factors? What are common
They're archaeologists. What are you talking about?
academic failings? Like, just
They're archaeologists, Kyla. What are you talking about?
thinking about the practice and the philosophy of science is something that I feel like I've been
You
increasingly
think archaeologists do fucking group studies?
missing because politics was really trendy, and it's fun. It's fun to do politics.
No, it's not.
It's fun to just be like, fuck you.
No, it's not. And you're not good
But
at
I
it.
love science. I just always have. I wish I could have every degree. I always used to joke of being like,
Yeah, we know you wish you could have every degree. You've more or less pretended to.
maybe I should get like a triple bachelor major in like biology and
Demonstrate that you've never taken a biology course before. That's a lot of work, actually. There's a reason why not everybody does it. That's a lot of fucking work. It's really tiring. I would not wish an undergraduate degree on my worst enemy.
psychology and statistics or something like that, which is insane. And I did not do that. And I'm probably not smart enough to do that. But I just love, I don't just love
She just loves learning.
scientific facts. I love the
You love scientific facts, really? Why? Scientific facts are dismal. They don't paint a pretty picture, lady.
process of science. I love the metacognition that science is because it's a forever self.
Wait, what? Wait, slow down.
But I just love, I don't just love scientific facts. I love the process of science. I love the metacognition that science is.
The What? She said metacognition in the previous video too, so I'm going to assume she just has no idea what that word means. Metacognition has to do with amazing, I know. Knowledge of thought processes, awareness and knowledge of thought processes, thinking about thinking, Now, unless she's specifically talking about cognitive psychology or neurology or something like that, and is assuming some specific theory of mind that collapses thought into that, what she's talking about is not metacognition. The analogy to metacognition would be philosophy of science, and I wouldn't like that either. But that'd be my closest approximation off the top of my head. I've the metacog like that sentence makes no sense.
Because it's a forever self-purifying system. And that's
How is science a self-purifying system? Science isn't even a system. What are you talking about, lady?
why I increasingly hate politics, because it doesn't seem to be very self-purifying anymore.
In what? We use political as almost a synonym for corrupt and duplicitous. In what universe has politics ever been self-purifying? Are you she's insane. She is insane. She's insane. I don't even know what self-purifying means. What do you mean self-purifying of what? What does science purify you of? What the fuck are you talking about?
Which is not good. Not good. No good. Science purifies. Politics doesn't. It is the
Science doesn't purify.
worst. We have the worst politics. Sorry.
That was not the worst Trump impression, though.
So psychology and science is something I also really want to focus back in on, because I just miss it. I love it. I just do. I just love it. And the third lens is metacognition.
But it's not. You said science is metacognition.
As I said, the thing I love most about science is basically the theory of how we think about the world. It's
The theory about how we think about the world.
it's the process of thinking that occurs within science. My favorite thing in psychology is just like neurobiology. It's just fucking cool. The brain's cool. But I love metacognitive work. I think it's fascinating to think about how we think about the world. I think it's the only thing. Everyone's like obsessed about misinfo, which for good reasons, to be clear. It's really not good. It's definitely messing with a lot of politics specifically.
Is this person real? No, she is not.
In a terrifying way.
She's generated by AI, like an early one. It's like first generation ChatGPT.
And so a lot of people,
the non-paid version,
say like misinfo is like the great plague. And I'm like, is it misinfo, or is it that just everyone's like retarded and doesn't know how to think well? Like,
it's misinfo. Everyone is not retarded and doesn't know how to think well. Thank you very much. Present company excluded.
If everyone could just think a little bit better, we could probably all just get past half this misinfo. Like, we'd all just be able to be like, there's like multiple counterexamples of this not being true. So, not great. So those are the three lenses that I've decided I want to work on. And I need to think about how they'll look in streaming. But in general, I think I want to do a lot more pre-recorded content. And if I stream, I think I need to either decide, either streaming is going to become something that's really chill for me, and it's just like fucking around and having fun, or it's a little bit pre-planned and it's more of like a show. Those are kind of the two options. And I just don't know what direction I'm going to go. I think for now I'm going to go for the chill and try to do more pre-recorded. So put my energy.
I don't think she's going to do more pre-recorded content. It's getting okay views. Someone said Origin of Language is in here. The Trib. I remember the Trib. Oh, here we are. Oh my god. Ah. Been given a little treat as a reward for our sufferings. Sorry, hang on. I'm just resizing all of this. Origin of Logos. Logos. I hope you make more video essays in the future. They are more instructive and inviting than streams. And here's a couple of reasons why. They require one to think about their thoughts before writing them down. This is desirable because it allows one to ponder how they should structure their arguments in the finest manner so there is no confusion about their ideas, whereas streaming demands the streamer to speak impromptu about any number of topics. And this is especially damaging because people are liable to make contradictory statements since it's difficult to remember what one said on stream from any other. Just imagine how tough this must be for dishonest streamers. They must follow a coherent train of logic. Streams can get boring when the streamer just rambles about any random topic every few minutes, whether it's brought up by a chatterer because the streamer is scatterbrained. Even those awkward long pauses from streamers when they're Googling or looking up stuff in real time get unbearably tedious. Essays cut out all the superfluous fat, that is, if the writer is competent. Of course, I'm biased here because I'm a video essayist and prefer academic or thoughtful content over mudslinging or just chilling content. I can't take them seriously, but I will be here to watch your videos if you try the essay format out!
As far as like creation and perfection into the video essays. And if that isn't working for whatever reason, people aren't enjoying it, would probably be the biggest feedback. There's not a lot of like bite for it. It's like, okay, then I'd probably lean a little bit harder back into streaming, and then I'd probably build plans into my streaming. But in general, I want my content to be something I'm proud of. And the reason that I haven't been super proud of it is just the quality. I just want the quality to be higher, more thought out. I want the audio to be better. I want the aesthetics to be pulled together more. As you notice, the lighting and the angle's good. The microphone is a lot better. I'm probably going to try to dress better consistently because I was starting to stream just like makeupless. Like my hair is like...
Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. Now I feel bad. Oh, no, I just genuinely feel bad. Does anyone know a good podcast that just talks about life? Maybe a little psychology or philosophy. I don't need a 6-time PhD that's full of him or herself. Just a couple people have some points in view on why people do the things I do, why cultures are different, and why. Kyla. Oh. That's not Louis C.K., Kyla. That's an imitation account. Oh. Look, I'll show you. Oh, I can't. It's gone. Fuck. Okay. Louis C.K. deleted his Twitter account. Louis C.K. is not on Twitter. Somebody used the name and got a big following. Look. Here, I'll show you, okay? Look. No, fuck off. Hang on. Oh, god damn it. Okay, hang on. Okay, so Louis C.K. ISIS rant. Look. This is what Louis C.K. looked like on Twitter, okay? Like, do we have a... Is this linked to it? Yeah, he's been suspended. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Barely on my head, you know, it's just doing whatever. And that's a vibe. That's a certain vibe. It's just not the vibe that I like.
Not Louis C.K. confused her because she's not so erudite. Yeah, maybe.
I just like a more put together vibe because I am a cringy white male, white female.
This person wanted you to pay her $50 to find a therapist. Yeah.
I guess in this way.
Yeah, she did.
I like my house in order, as Peterson might say. So that's what I've been thinking a lot about content creation. And I hope you guys will benefit from that. Probably what you're most interested in is not my musings about content creation or myself, but my musings about the space. It's been very fascinating to be interacting with, like, to be honest, some of the most famous people on YouTube and Twitch, and getting to experience like podcaster world and culture, because podcasters are their own thing. They're just their own little nebula. And then there's like video essayists. And just to be clear, podcasters is nebulous. There's like true crime podcasters and comedy podcasters and like long form interview podcasters. But they're all also podcasters. There's something that's cohesive in the culture there. And then there is video essayists, YouTuber broadly, pre-recorded YouTuber content. Which again, very heterogeneous, but I'm thinking more, when I'm saying video essayists, I'm meaning people like somewhat within my space. So it's gonna be like the Mr. Beats, Vsauce, just people who are putting out more put together, thought out kind of intellectual video essay pieces, whatever the topics happen to be. Nina, whatever her name is, the like cute Asian chick that does like feminist and cultural video essays that are really good and aesthetic and whatnot.
President Sunday is torturing us. I am. That theory meter is only at $32. We need to get to 100. If we get to 100, we'll do an intellectual topic. And everything will be better. Alas.
ContraPoints, kind of all of that world specifically. And then there's kind of the streamer world. And it's been fascinating to interact with all of them and learn about them and figure out, probably where I fit in best, which, is nowhere. I'm not a 2, as Brittany might say. Sad news. I don't think, I shouldn't say that. Brittany and I are not friends anymore.
Yeah, because she insulted the person who is feeding you by the hand. That would be why, Kyla. We know, don't worry.
She sent me a message. I didn't get a chance to get back to her. I don't think she blocked me. She might have, but I think she unfriended me. And so when I went to type a response to her, it didn't go through. I thought about emailing her or joining her Patreon just to respond when she sent me this like friendship breakup message. And it was very like, just to be clear, when I say friendship breakup, people are going to be like cringing and wanting to shit on Brittany. It was fine. It's kind of what I expected. She's increasingly like pretty angry towards Destiny. I disagree with a lot of her statements about him. I think they're cherry picked and resentful. And I don't agree, obviously. And so it's becoming, it was an increasingly obvious schism between us. And so I think the separation was somewhat inevitable, but just what's clear, I don't have super overly negative feelings towards Brittany Simon. I think she's a little unfair towards, not a little, I think she's quite unfair towards Steven. And I really don't appreciate her comments that she makes about like his kid or parenting or anything. I just think it's a little out of pocket, but that's also her content. Like I'm aware that that's what she does. I still broadly like her as a person. I still think her level system is completely fine. And I think you're actually just
That's because you're brain damaged and you're very dumb.
pedantic and deranged if you get really upset about her level system. I think you're
a very dumb person, Kyla. Impressively so. I would actually wager that you are probably operating at a lower cognitive level than the vast majority of people who watch Destiny, which, let me tell you, is a statement.
they give you
Okay, I'm done with this. She's too dumb. I'm going to send you away now. If you appreciate what I do, and I don't, tonight was awful. Awful. Terrible. There's a Patreon linked in the description. You can also super chat or donate memberships. I like donated memberships. They give people access to emojis, like the duck nana emoji and the monkey emoji and so on and so forth. It appears, judging from his stream title, that Reservoir is covering the exact same thing, so I'm going to let you go there in case some of you, for God knows what reason, wants to watch more of this. Have a good night. Take it easy. Ciao, ciao.